berikutnya adalah regulasi investasi. Tadi sudah kita bahas di awal ya, bahwa ini juga jadi salah satu penghambat masuknya investor asing. Padahal investor juga membutuhkan kecepatan ya dalam hal perizinan, kepastian, dan juga perlindungan hukum, terutama terhadap
Ito ang Radio International ng China. Mula kabulwagang pambalitaan ng China Media Group Filipino Service sa Beijing, narito mga nagbabagang balita Mayo 19, 2025. Ito si Rio Zablang. Para sa ulo ng mga balita, ika-15 panlimahang taong plano, i-garantiyang mataas na kalidad ayon kay Xi Jinping. Bagong koleksyon ng mga artikulo hinggil sa kaisipan ni Xi Jinping inilathala. Ekonomiya ng China noong Abril 2025 matatag na lumaki. Anti-dumping duties ipapataw ng China sa inaangkat na polyformaldehyde copolymer mula sa Amerika, EU, rehiyon ng Taiwan at Hapon. Shenyang 2 probe pinaplanong ilinsad sa katapusan ng Mayo. Isasagawa mula 2026 sa China ang ika-15 panlimahang taong plano para sa pagpapaunlad ng kabuhayan at lipunan. Kaugnay nito, binigyan din kamakailan ni Pangulong Xi Jinping ng China na dapat nakabatay sa siyensya, demokratikong kapasyahan ayon sa batas. May isang kumong palagay batay sa mungkahi ng mga mamamayan ng iba't ibang sirkulo ng lipunan at alinsunod sa karanasan ang paggawa ng nasabing plano upang maigarantiya ang pagkakaroon nito ng mataas na kalidad. Inilathala ng Central Party Literature Book, CGTN, ang titulo ng pag-aaral ng pagkakaroon ng nagpapatuloy ang mabuting punghinto dagdag ng kapakanan. Hinihayag ngayong araw ng Ministry ng Komersyo ng China, MOC, ang pagpapataw ng anti-dumping duty sa mga inaangkat na polyformaldehyde copolymer mula sa Amerika, Union Europeo, EU, rehiyon ng Taiwan at Hapon. Ang terminong anti-dumping duty ay tumutukol sa mga buwis laban sa pagbebenta ng produkto sa presyong mas mababa kaysa sa halaga ng produksyon. Dagdag ng ministry, ipinakikita ng isang investigasyon na nangingibabaw ang dumping o labis na pagbebenta sa China ng polyformaldehyde copolymer mula sa nasabing mga bansa at rehiyon na nagbubunga ng substansya na pinsala sa industriya ng polyformaldehyde. Service. Ito muli si Rio Zablan. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Magandang gabi mga kaibigan, mga pangyo. Ako po, si Rio Zablan, yok po short, ang nag-iisang guwapong tablakenyo at inyong tunay na pangyo para sa nag-iisang programa sa balat ng radyo na imported pamula sa Beijing. At ito ang Makati Ako. Kapag napag-usapan ang mga tradisyonal na sining ng China, walang duda, ang Peking Opera ay isa sa mga napakakilala at bantog sa buong daigdig. Sa katotohanan, hindi mahaba ang kasaysayan ng Peking Opera sa China, mahigit 200 taong lamang. Bago lumitaw ang Peking Opera, maunlad na ang sining ng opera sa China. Pero ang karamihan sa mga ito ay lokal na opera na mula sa iba't ibang lugar ng bansa. Noong 1790, sa araw ng ika-80 kaarawan ng Emperador Qianlong, isang kilalang emperador ng Qing Dynasty, pumunta sa Ang Peking Opera ay pangunahing na mula sa mga matandang kwento o kwentong pakasaysayan Sino at iba pa. Ang isang kumpletong Peking Opera ay mahaba, 2 hanggang 3 oras. Kaya kadalasang ipinanalabas ang pinakamaganda o pinakahuling bahagi lamang. Napakapamilya ng mga kwento sa mga mamamayan kaya nalalaman agad nila ang bukod ng buong opera. Para sa gabi nito, pinili rin namin ang mga seleksyon o bukod ng mga kwento ng Peking Opera. Ginagamit sa Peking Opera ang wikang Sino, pero ang musika, ang mga instrumento at pag-arte ng mga aktor at aktres ay pinamahika ang kaunang musika na ibabahagi namin ay pinamagatang concubine. Ang concubine na ito ay si concubine Yang Xiuquan. Siya ay isang kilalang magandang babae sa kasaysayang Sino. Nabuhay siya noong Tang Dynasty. At mayroong isang romantikong kwento sa pagitan ni concubine Yang at Emperador Li Longji. Ang kantang ito ay nagkukwento ng pag-inom ng alak sa parke ni concubine Yang at paglalahad ng kanyang pagmamahal sa emperador. Ang kantang ito ay inawit ng isang kilalang dalubhasa ng Peking Opera, si Master Nei Lanfang.
Pwede talaga sa age ni Lola kasi nasa profile ni Lola na talaga. So, first thing na iisip ko is
kailangan nilang magkahiwalay. Ipinangako ni Wang kay Susan na tiyak na makukuha niya ang mataas na marka at siya'y magiging opisyal ng gobyerno. Upang nangyari ito, magpapakasal sila nito. Pero sa panahon ng paglitan ni Wang, si Susan ay pinagbitangan ng mga nabuhay si Judge Pao noong Sung Dynasty at ayon sa alamat, siya ay sagisag ng katarungan. Sa kwentong ito, ang kriminal na si Chen Shumei ay asawa ng prinsesa pero bilang isang judge, kamatayan ang sinintensya sa kanya ni Bao Zhang. Okay, oras ako para kami magpaalam. Sana ay nagustuhan po ninyo ang aming palatuntunan ngayong gabi. Gwapong tarlakenyo at inyong tunay na Panginoon. Maraming salamat.
Napakinggan ninyo ang pagsasentapong ng Serbisyo Filipino ng Radio Internasyonal ng China. Ang Serbisyo Filipino ng Radio Internasyonal ng China ay nagsasentapong mula Lunes hanggang Linggo sa mga sinusunod na oras at frequency. Kapitid sa lahati hanggang ikaw ng gabi, 11.700 MHz. Ikawalo hanggang ikawalot sa lahati ng gabi, 11.700 MHz at 12.110 MHz. At ikasampu at kalahati hanggang ikalabing-isa ng gabi, 12.110 MHz. Ang Serbisyo Pilipino ng Radio Internasyonal ng China ay pansamantalang lilisan sa iyong katawan upang magalik bukas sa dating mga oras at frequency. Maraming salamat sa inyong usawang sa saulan. Magandang lahat.
Especially yung mga kasama.
Yes. Iba ang bumpers, mabilisan at
announced that it will begin construction on formulating the plan. Design and seeking advice from the public. Also highlighted enhancing research and discussion and building broad consensus. The CPC Central Committee is now organizing the drafting of proposals for this plan. Government departments are preparing to solicit opinions and suggestions from officials, the general public, experts, and scholars. Authorities say the Chinese economy managed to withstand pressure and realize steady growth in April. The country's value-added industrial output expanded 6.1% from the year earlier. China's retail sales expanded 5.1%. In addition, commercial home prices in major Chinese cities continue to stabilize in April. One to one has more.
And the index of sales production has increased by 6%, and the total retail sales of service consumer goods have increased by 5.1% year-on-year, and reflecting the steady recovery of domestic demand. While the CPI edged down 0.1% year-on-year, but it rose 0.1% month-on-month, reflecting the price stability of the Chinese market. Tourism and the travel sectors on the rise, and from January to April, they have showed a double-digit increase on tourism, transport, and communication sectors. And another thing they mentioned is that China's resilient foreign trade, and the China's trade number with Belt and Road Initiative countries has increased by 3.9%.
China's tax and fee cuts, as well as tax refunds supporting sci-tech innovation and manufacturing, totaled 424 billion yuan, or about $59 billion in the first quarter. Data from the State Taxation Administration shows the sales revenue of China's high-tech industries grew by nearly 14%. Core industries of the digital economy also maintained steady growth of 9.7% during the period. The European Commission has set its growth forecast for the EU to 1.1% this year and 1.5% in 2026. The EU is citing higher U.S. tariffs and global trade uncertainty. And the economic forecast on Monday. Forces and the pathway to end the war as part of any deal. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel will allow the entry of limited amounts of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Jonathan Leggett reports.
The cabinet, there's also the issue of humanitarian aid coming in. There are some suggestions to the Gaza humanitarian concessions from the ground operations, which has now begun.
Bucharest Mayor Nicu Dan has secured victory in the presidential election in Romania. Early results show the 55-year-old winning the race in a shock upset over his rival, George Simion, who has conceded defeat. Portugal's center-right Democratic Alliance has won the parliamentary election. However, it fell short of the full majority to end years of political uncertainty. Sunday's election was the third in 3 years. Authorities have identified a 25-year-old man as the primary suspect in Saturday's fatal vehicle explosion in Southern California. Investigators believe the suspect died in the blast, which also injured at least 4 others. The explosion outside a fertility clinic in Palm Springs was a target of attack. Phil Davis is the assistant director of the FBI's Los Angeles field office.
The subject had nihilistic ideation, and this was a targeted attack against the IEF facility. Make no mistake, we are treating this as an intentional act.
There's no significant damage to the Brooklyn Bridge after a Mexican Navy ship collided with it. 2 crew members died as the mast snapped, leaving some sailors dangling in the air. Early signs point to mechanical issues for the incident during the ship's global goodwill tour. And that's the news. I'm Tim Biggin.
Find out what the whole world is thinking in the agenda.
This week on the agenda, promoting the private sector. How China's new national law will cut red tape and stoke economic growth. including financial constraints, regulatory hurdles, and a shortage of talent. Now, China has introduced a new law to protect and promote the private sector in line with the treatment of state-owned firms. The goal is to foster a stable and predictable business environment for all that encourages investment and growth. Joining me now are Jing Liu, Professor of Accounting and Finance and Director of the Investment Research Center at the Hong Kong Graduate School of Business. Christian Lundblad is the Richard Levin Distinguished Professor of Finance at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And Michael Garofsky is a former underprivileged state at the Ministry of Economic Development. Great to have you all on the agenda. Dina, let me start with you. As this is the first law specifically focused on promoting the private sector, private economy. How consequential is it?
It's very, very important. And this is one of the first in kind. And the reason for this law is really because, the Chinese private business has been retreating a little bit in the economy in the last 15 years or so. If you look at the Chinese growth in the last 40 years, I would say that the most recent but roughly in the last 15 years, we see a sort of a gradual decrease in the importance of the private business in the Chinese economy. And we know that, for the private business,
really the most efficient way to run an economy, or there are certain areas where the state needs to take a stronger role, maybe because some industries are natural monopolies, maybe because some sectors are strategic assets for the country, energy, steel, manufacturing, raw materials, and things like that. And therefore, I think we are in a very interesting time where we are a little bit going back and forth to see what this line is between. Because of course, when market takes and practical question at the same time.
It's interesting, isn't it, looking at the ecosystem, if you want it, in a slightly different way. Christian, let's get to the timing of this straight, because this law has been in the works for a year, possibly more, but it's been passed in the middle of this tariff storm. Do you think that makes a difference?
Yes, I think it does. I mean, the reality is, while this has been in the works for some time, as you alluded, this is a particularly complicated environment, both externally as well as internally within China. So I think this reflects the leadership's commitment to strengthening these kind of fundamental foundations of the domestic economy in a world that's, increasingly complex. And so, what does it do? It kind of codifies the support for private enterprise. That's in the backdrop of not only these external pressures that I think are front and center and particularly consequential for all of us around the world, not just China, but also in an environment where there is a renewed need for some degree of dynamism in the domestic economy. But at the end of the day, I also do want to emphasize some things we heard already, which is there is an important role for the private sector internally, and some of that challenge there is also part of the conversation too.
Jingyu, look, we know, I want to stick to these external factors just for a moment, because we know now there's this 90-day pause, this 90-day tariff truce, if you like. The supply chain dynamics, you could argue, have been completely upended, with implications for firms of all shapes and sizes. So I wonder what detail around the private sector would make a difference in all of the trade negotiations.
Actually, if you look at the Chinese exports to the U.S., right, so I would say that probably most of the exports are done by the private sector. So therefore, when the U.S., put on tariffs on the Chinese goods, it's basically putting on the tariffs on the private sector. The run of the private sector, right? In the first round, actually, many of the Chinese private businesses have already responded to the pressure from overseas. Many of them moved some operations to other countries, for example, to Mexico, to Vietnam, to Malaysia, and other countries in Southeast Asia. So this time you can see that the tariff actually not only targets China, but also targets other countries where there are lots of Chinese operations. So I would say that this time, when the tariff is added again to exports, it has a very heavy effect on the Chinese business. Because I personally teach many of these entrepreneurs, and when the tariff war started, they told me that many of the companies actually stopped producing. And because at 145%, there's absolutely no business. So this is going to have a big effect on the exchanges between the U.S. and China. On the Chinese side, basically, you lose all the opportunities, right? You lose all the jobs, you lose all the orders. But on the other hand, I think on the U.S. side, actually, it's just also equally bad, right? Because when some of the Chinese goods actually arrive in the U.S., the price is going to increase by more than 100%. And because many of the Chinese goods stop producing, so for many products, you may not actually be able to find the vendors, right? So you're going to see empty shelves in U.S. stores. So I would say that the Chinese business actually play a huge role in the tariff war.
What are businesses telling you about how this new law focused on private enterprise might change the way they operate against this volatile landscape?
It does help, of course, the private companies, CEOs, because let's bear in mind one thing, we always talk China and the U.S. trade with each other. China has a deficit with the U.S. China buys goods from the U.S. buys from China. This is not true. It is not countries that trade with each other. It is companies. Except, of course, for state-owned companies when they trade with each other. But that's not the case between China and the U.S. So this commerce between any two countries is actually executed by individual companies, not by the country itself. And so, of course, this law that could be aimed at growing the domestic private market could also help those companies to find alternatives to the possibility of not having as easy access to the U.S. market than they used to have before. And that means also maybe try to stimulate domestic demand for the goods produced by those private companies. Because we didn't talk about this. We are talking here about the supply input, and the focus of this reform of this law is on the production made by private companies. But also we need to focus on the demand side. To which customers do these private companies sell their own products? So we need to stimulate the domestic demand within the Chinese market for the products made by these private companies, and also try to fix the production. Where should it be? I think Christian or the other guest mentioned that the production is to Mexico and to Vietnam. Vietnam now is the third largest country in the world with the highest surplus versus the United States, 123 billion US dollars. So it is not easy actually to shift production out of China into other markets to avoid trade war, because Trump will or is trying to basically hit anyone that is made by China, not made in China. So a Chinese company operating in Malaysia or in Mexico could be just referred to as a company that is made in China, because the concept is not moving from made in to made by. So we are chasing and tracing the ultimate shareholder, because I don't agree, of course, but if the U.S. wants to do some stuff to contain the development of China, the technologies and the industry, then they should look at everything the Chinese have to do, no matter in the...
What's been going on and how this law might
I want to be super clear. In no way do I want to diminish in any way the external pressures and the challenging geopolitical environment we face in regards to trade. But it is, to your question, quite important to emphasize that there is, a question of confidence among both consumers and private entrepreneurs inside China, right? And some of that is, manifested in pressures, certainly due not only to these external considerations, but also some, sector-specific issues, what's happening in real estate. I mean, as you noted, a very sizable fraction of labor, certainly in the urban setting, is associated with private sector. And so I think that sector is expressing and hopefully now receiving some greater degree of clarity, around legal protections and sort of long-term, policy direction. And so if we can get clearer guidelines on, what is sort of regulatory treatment, access to financing, formalized protections in terms of, where the private sector sits broadly in the ecosystem of the Chinese economy, all of this can help engender a degree of confidence, right? And that can be part of the effort to create trust and optimism. And as I said kind of earlier, very specifically using Keynes' language of animal spirits, that's how we can drive the economy forward. So there is domestic work to do here, despite the challenges we see from the outside.
Well, speaking of driving the economy forward, where does this all fit into
Actually, this is very important because you see the Chinese economy is under a period of transition, right? This transition is basically you want to move from a low technology, intense labor kind of production into high technology kind of production, right? So you move up the value chain, essentially. And this process is very painful, right? Because on one hand, we want to foster the high-tech industry, like AI, robotics, and pharmaceuticals, for example, and everything. That's called, sort of high-quality growth. But on the other hand, you want to basically get rid of some redundant or outdated industries. So this is very painful, kind of outdated industry. Most of really cutting-edge innovation are happening in private business. If you look at AI, for example, virtually all the AI firms are private companies. If you look at internet, virtually all the internet are private companies. And in many other fields, actually, the innovators are the private companies. So that's why really the whole, in addition to, for example, employment.
Well, that's a about the rest of the world? What signal do you want that this gives to the rest of the world about Thailand as a place to do business?
It sends, I think, two types of signals. So one is, and this is what I've witnessed also in China since the beginning of April, is that China, of course, looks at these tensions with worry, but pretty much he doesn't care very much, and it can show that he can do without engaging too much in international markets. Let's remember that export to GDP ratio in China used to be very high, 32% in 2010 during the global financial crisis. And since then, this export to GDP ratio for China has been reduced to roughly 18%, almost half. So in a way, China has done its own decoupling and is less reliant on external demand than it was 15 years ago. Of course, 18% is still a terms in terms of not trading with other countries. But you do want to reduce both import and export and create an economy where demand and supply are pretty much domestic. So this is the first signal. The second signal is also the government. Is there to help and step in when there are problems. And that, of course, is a big important sign of confidence. We had 5 years of COVID, wars, and economics maybe not downturn because 5% is, we wish in Europe we grew by 5%. But exactly when there are problems, this is when the state jumps in and tries to address it. And this is the great comparative advantage that China, only China has compared to the rest of other countries in the world.
Let's pause there, but do stay with us, because still to come here on the agenda. Level the business playing field. Welcome back to the agenda. And let's continue our discussion about China's new private sector law. Still with me are Jing Liu, Professor of Accounting and Finance and Director of the Investment Research Center at the Cheung Kong Graduate School of Business. Christian Lundberg is the Richard Levin Distinguished Professor of Finance at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And the counter is the former Undersecretary of State of Italy's Ministry of Economic Development. Christian, let's talk about how this is going to work with what we've got so far. We know the law covers fair competition, regulation, investment and innovation, among other things. How will it create a fairer and more transparent environment?
Yeah, I think your question of what potentially changes or size, I think, is maybe one way to put it. So, with this law, we have, the very consequential meeting between the president and some key business leaders not that long ago. I think all of this is designed to signal a very clear commitment to the private sector. And so what fundamentally can change? We can see moves towards equal participation in government procurement, perhaps, licensing processes. We can think about administrative transparency in the regulatory environment, as you alluded to, consistent regulatory enforcement. I think one place that I'm particularly keen to see move forward is the role for financial institutions. So tailoring services that, really effectively target private firms to make sure that they have access to capital so that they can grow in compelling ways. So access to credit or investment support. And so I think overall, what can this law do? It can provide formal and perhaps a consistent with the public sector uniform framework to help create some degree of transparency and consistency that can drive a more efficient market environment. That's my hope in terms of when the rubber actually meets the road.
What do you think? Because a couple of those things that Christian mentioned, financing and market access, that they are barriers that are still to be considered. How soon will that come? How soon does it need to come?
The Chinese system is quite unique, right, in the world, in the sense that it's essentially top-down, right? In China, all the big decisions are made at the top. So once that decision is made, then the decision is translated downwards to local governments and stuff, and to to state-owned enterprises to financial institutions. So I would say that the implementation of this law would be very... however, in this context, we need to understand that there would be some institutional barriers to how this law would become a reality. For example, we found that the private enterprises are kind of difficult to find financing. If you go to the bank, it's easier to get a loan if you are a state-owned enterprise. It's more difficult if you are a private business. And for that, actually, even without any government decree, right? So because the banks themselves are state-owned, right? So in this case, that when a lender lends money to borrowers, they worry about bad loans. In the Chinese case, is that if you lend to a state-owned enterprise and the loan goes bad, they'll say, hey, that's not what I'm saying. And then the loan goes bad, then people start to get concerned and worry that maybe there's a corruption involved in the process, right? Because now you are basically lending, a state company lends money to a private business. So that's sort of the institutional kind of barrier built into the system. That's kind of the problem we're going to face. Although the whole country wants to move the private sector to a higher growth level, but I think the institutional barriers will be quite significant.
So there's a cultural and educational piece there, which I think is quite interesting. And Nikhil, I wonder what you think there, because if we're talking about this law being implemented quite quickly, how is it going to benefit those small and medium-sized firms, those so-called engines of economic growth, in the short to medium term?
Well, maybe we need to look also at the liberalization of the financial markets, because one of the issues that relates to the problem that SMEs do not get access to credit is because the concept of risk in the Chinese debt market, the loan market, is not well developed. In fact, even lending and borrowing rates are sometimes decided at policy levels. And so maybe that's why we have perhaps small companies going into the shadow market, where they would be happy to pay higher interest rates, 10-15%, which is a fairly reflection of the risk of a startup. I put my hat as a finance professor. We need to get rid of the idea that small, medium enterprises can borrow at close to risk-free rates. That's not how the world works. Private equities want a minimum return of 25%, because that's what they perceive the risk to be. So we need to not look with dismay at the interest rates charged for lending to startups to be very high. They should be high, because also this brings up the economy from companies that should not be in the market in the first place. And it's a kind of a convenient way to lend to those who deserve at the proper cost of money.
And Christian, let me ask you this. Do you think this will make China...
The potential answer to that is yes. I want to be clear in the sense that I don't think the foreign investors and the foreign business community are the primary audience here. I think that is largely a domestic private sector audience to try to make that environment. Foreign players, and that can be at the benefit of both the external world and China as well. And so I think this is, generally speaking, a step forward to a more stable and consistent environment. And so at its best, that does have the potential to benefit both domestic and international audiences.
Thank you very much. So for now, from me, Juliet Mann, and from all the Agenda team here in London, goodbye.
To receive the latest news updates about China and the rest of the globe. Tune in to the Beijing Hour every weekday for the latest in politics, business, sports, and entertainment from a Chinese perspective. Subscribe to the Beijing Hour for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcasts. Alphabet 12 with the universal greeting. With our lunch of tea.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Though our language is cultural and
Hear the difference with CGTN Radio. Join our global network to connect with the world.
CGTN Radio. More than the specific languages in the world. So I'm sort of tone deaf. Really hear them.
I think the cultural mindset is the biggest complication for grammar.
Takeaway Chinese, where you can take some Chinese away and experience progress day by day.
Online, on air, and on your phone. Take today wherever you go and stay ahead of what's changing our world. From politics and the economy to business and technology, Today covers regional and international issues that affect China and the world. Keep up to date with Today.
Roundup of the main business news from China and elsewhere. This is Global Business.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Global Business here on CGTN. I'm Jimmy Fong. Stable growth. China's economy maintained steady momentum in April, showing growth in consumption and manufacturing despite global tariff challenges. Downgrade. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent dismisses the downgrading of the country's credit rating by Moody's, saying according to the National Bureau of Statistics, China's economy is showing stable growth despite external pressures. My colleague Wang Suwen has more on the Bureau's latest report on national economic performance.
China's economy withstood pressure and maintained stable growth in April.
The national economy maintained stable growth despite pressure, sustaining a new and positive development momentum.
The index in services production increased by 6%, and the retail sales of consumer goods climbed 5.1% year-on-year, reflecting a continued recovery in domestic demand. China's CPI fell 0.1% year-on-year, but edged up 0.1% from March, showing a stable prices overall, fueled by strong holiday demand. Travel, tourism, transport, and communications posted robust gains. From January to April, the sector recorded double-digit growth. Online retail sales also continued to gain momentum. During the May Day holiday, tourism numbers surged 6.4%, highlighting rising consumer confidence. And China's foreign trade showed strong resilience.
Looking at the key features of our foreign trade, one highlight is the accelerated growth in trade with ASEAN and Belt and Road countries. Although trade with the U.S. declined in April, diversified trade partnerships have played a vital role in supporting the steady growth of China's foreign trade.
Trade with Belt and Road countries grew 4.9%, with ASEAN remaining a key driver. The reduction in China-U.S. tariffs could boost the bilateral trade and aid global economic growth. Looking ahead, while the global economic recovery is complex, China's economic fundamentals remain sound. Country will continue to demand high-quality and return employment and reduce high standards of living to ensure steady recovery and long-term growth. Conservation of national economy has maintained development momentum. There are still many unstable factors in external economy. The foundation for sustained economic recovery is further consolidated. Upwards from citizens, Beijing.
down the headline figures and delve deeper into the underlying trends that are shaping the broad economic landscape in China. My colleague Wang Qing joins us in studio to have more explanation. However, in that trading for them stipulated was specific sectors. For example, the home price jumped by 13.8% year-on-year, and the company also increased by And also, if we look at the investment in the first 4 months together, manufacturing investment up by 8.8%, while high-tech sectors saw remarkable increases. Information services surged by 40.6%, and computer and office equipment manufacturing rose by 28.9%. And coming to international trade, China's export increased by 9.3% year-on-year last month. This is a very interesting figure because in April, the U.S. imposed a 145% tariff on Chinese imports, so the increase in Chinese exports is basically from goods sold to other nations. And as we all know that China has diversified its export destinations in the past decade, and the trade relations with many parts of the world have been strengthened through multiple international projects like the Belt and Road Initiative. So the cooperation with the rest of the world has kind of made China immune from the trade wars 2.0. And in May, China and the U.S. signed a 90-day tariff reduction agreement. In response to that, Goldman Sachs raised China's 2025 GDP growth forecast to 4.6% from 4%, and UBS has also adjusted its projection to between 3.7% and 4%. This cited the positive impact of eased trade tensions. And one last thing about China's April economic figures is 3 advanced manufacturing items stood out. The production of 3D printing equipment, industrial robots, and new energy vehicles jumped by 60.7%, 51.5%, and 38.9% respectively year-on-year. And this highlights China's push towards advanced manufacturing. Thank you. That's Wang Qian for us. For more on April's economic data and China recent stimulus policies, we would like to bring our guest Chu Chang, a fellow at the Belt and Road Research Center and Ministry of University of China. Mr. Chu, what does the data on China's industry, services, retail, and fixed asset announced this morning about April tell us about the economic picture of China?
Well, I think this is a little surprising because Chinese economy is truly very resilient, especially against the current, international turbulence. Well, if you take a look at the industrial growth numbers, so well, in April, I think we've been growing at 6.1%. This is basically out of everybody's expectation. It shows that our production is very, very stable. Especially, I think the structure is something worth mentioning. I think for the high-end or high-technology equipment, they've been growing at 9.8%, and also the high-tech, devices have been growing more than 10%. So it's been faster than average, manufacturing industries and industrial growth. I think the new quality protective forces is really labeled just around like the 3D printing machines, industrial robots, and most of the things have really historical technology. I think second that's down for is growing more than 6% as well, especially I think the high-end services, before we were talking about the low-end services. I mean, the technology service, R&D, commercial service, financial service, and information services, this is growing very, very fast. But also we need to mention that traditional service like tourism has been growing really, really good. Especially I think the visa-free policies have been introducing a lot of the overseas flows into China. For the retail and wholesale consumption, I think also we're doing very well. I think in April we'll be growing, looking at 5.1%. I think beyond the basic grocery, the culture, entertainment, and the sports consumption has been growing even faster. And also I think the trading policies are serving a really, really big role. For example, like house appliances, culture products, communication devices like the mobile phones and tabs and computers. are actually been growing very fast. So, well, if you take a look at and also over investment, I think it was 4 months or fixed asset growth has been growing at 4%. So infrastructure is always growing very stably, but I think this round of growth in fixed asset investment basically are in the manufacturing sector. Down, and also infrastructures. On one hand, it's been very, very good upgraded and the whole infrastructures of our industries, but also I think for the long-term and short-term loans, I think the long-term loans are growing very good, but short-term loans, especially for the household sector, are not as good as we expected. So I think we still need to do more things to boost our consumption and the relevant investment.
What tools does China still have in its toolbox to deal with future economic uncertainty?
Well, I think we have many tools ahead of us. From the end of last year, we have a bazooka combo of policies. Number one, I think in the short term, fiscal policy is absolutely something we need to rely on. Chinese government still have 70% of the public debt ratio. It's much, much lower than the Japan. It's like 230, and America, 126%. China only has 70%. So I think we still have to really do the infrastructure, technology, livelihood, and converting for the enterprises and the new entrepreneurs into the household market. The second one, in this kind of long-term fiscal policies is relatively large. Monetary policies is very important. Right now, we have structural policies. Focusing on the normal household livelihood, and this could also become very important. And lastly, we have the industrial policy. For example, we have policies towards young towards the industry in the future, and also try to help to grow the SMEs with, the nature of which supports the daily life of the household. And also, we have the consumption policies, but the trading policies are absolutely going to scale up in the coming year, and also the consumption policies towards people's convenience, people's income, shopping environment, and all these will be also put into consideration. And also, in the future, we're going to have more tax rates, so this is put together. So I think that the money is going to target. Also, increase the tax going to the money source. But that's also a global regardless of the results of the U.S. trade policy. I think many countries don't follow. But what might the new global trade order look like in the future, and where can China find new growth opportunities in that new order? Well, I think this is not only a problem for China. I think this is a problem for every nation. Well, even including America itself, we need this new trade order is not a word in the whole world. I think number one in the new order was more equal and fair. So that even means that will be dominated by the global South nations. We're looking at, the previous major market in the West, in America and European Union, only featuring 1 billion population, but we have 7 billion population other than that. So this 7 billion population will be the new growth point, namely the global South nations. So the diversification for the new market and new growth point will be the number one important for our future orders. And number two is going to be more open, more multilateralism oriented. We're going to rely on more of the, this open platform like WTO, like APEC, like the First Countries Organization, like the Belt and Road Initiative, and have with global South nations in it have more say and more decision-making power will be very important. And the third thing, alongside with global trade orders, economic orders, we will need international new governance orders, which means the global South nations will have more power to make the rules and also to support each other in finance, in policy making, and tackling down global challenges together. So with all these policies, we will form a new order. We will form a new free world with global stagnation to become the new leader. And other than that, we will much more fair and healthier international trade waters, not only just for global stagnation, but also they will provide a solution for the developed nation as well. We can see more of the opportunities in the future for human beings with a shared faith.
Wow, very well said. Thank you so much, Mr. Chico from Indian University. Liu spoke with Chen Shan, Associate Dean and Chair Professor of Finance, CGTN School of Finance, Tsinghua University, for his view on the effectiveness of recent economic policies in China, U.S.-China competition in technology innovation, and China's long-term innovation capacity.
Starting from this year, the first quarter, the GDP growth was 5.4% as well, which was pretty good, and we observed a lot of good economic indicators were also promising. For example, the consumption growth rate was 4.6%, which was 1.1 percentage points higher than the last year, full year. And also we observed especially the service consumption actually was increasing, which seems to suggest that we have a very good explanation of why it's happening. Different opinions on certain issues. But as long as we can sit together and we talk and we negotiate, we can always find some, at least we can avoid difficulties. I think the key for us is to handle our own thinking, to boost our own economic growth. For example, to boost our domestic demand, to develop new quality productive forces, to increase our technological innovation level, and to diversify our friends, to increase our networking, to diversify the international trade relations. Also comes.
Credit John Gray, U.S. Treasury Secretary Ben Spence dismisses the downgrading of the country's credit rating by Moody's, saying it is a lagging indicator.
The world economy as we know it is about to change. Global business reports highlight emerging markets, developing countries, and dynamic sectors worldwide. We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business. From an on-the-ground perspective, we provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast, sharp, and insightful. Global business. Only on CGTN.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has dismissed the downgrading of the country's credit rating by Moody's, saying the agency was a lagging indicator. The comment was made repeatedly by Bessent during interviews over the weekend on major TV networks.
Moody's earlier downgraded U.S. credit ratings from the perfect AAA level to AA1, citing the continued increases in government debt and interest payment ratios. The president blamed the debt reissue on Biden administration, adding that the Trump administration was on track for economic growth and a healthier balance sheet. The president also touched on the trade talks, saying that the deals would depend on good faith from other countries. He also noted that the high tariffs announced on April 2nd could return if no deals are reached after the 90-day pause. Tariffs are part of the plans of the administration of President Donald Trump to revitalize manufacturing in the U.S., giving incentives to bring industrial jobs back to the U.S. But is that reshoring plan realistic? Are U.S. companies prepared to make long-term investments and hire significant jobs in the U.S.? CGTN Hendrix Brandy takes a closer look.
Now, it looks like steam to me, but is that...
Vice President J.D. Vance recently toured a steel manufacturing plant in the U.S. state of South Carolina. He called it an example of America's industrial renaissance that he says President Trump has begun.
I believe that a golden age of American manufacturing started 100 days ago, and we're building it right here at Newport Steel in South Carolina.
Is attempting a broad overhaul of the U.S. economy using increased tariffs on goods coming into the country to convince companies to bring their operations, their production, onshore back to America. Tariffs creating incentive for reshoring For 6 decades, a global industrial engineering company ran a factory here in Colorado until it closed last year, costing 60 employees their jobs. 5 million U.S. manufacturing jobs have been lost since 2000. Manufacturing now comprises just 10% of America's GDP. Trump wants to reverse that trend.
It's a very worthy goal for the U.S.
Jack Buffington teaches supply chain management at the University of Denver. He says manufacturing generates much more economic activity than other forms of employment. And he believes the U.S. should be more self-sufficient in areas like steel, shipbuilding, and pharmaceuticals. But he says the devil is in the details.
Building factories takes capital. Building capabilities, both physical and educational, takes time. Training people in order to be able to do some of the things that we need to do.
He says tariffs are unlikely to lead to significant jobs here.
Trump and some of the negotiators will say, well, it takes that in order to accomplish this. And I don't agree with that.
We're definitely getting a lot more testing the waters of domestic manufacturing.
The owner of a shirt-making company in New Jersey says he's not sure how or even if this reshoring push will benefit his business.
The tariff situation, I think, has certainly created a lot of uncertainty in the marketplace.
Particularly when those tariffs seem to change day to day. Higher costs of labor and materials in the U.S. and the future role of automation are a few of the other potential hurdles to building up manufacturing here.
Well, my concern is that people are going to get tired of the chaos and it's just going to be, let's move on to something else. Or restore the way things were before Trump, which didn't bring jobs in it either.
Trump says America's golden age has only just begun. Will Americans have the patience to make reshoring a reality? Hendrix Brandy, CGTN, Littleton, Colorado.
Today marks China Tourism Day. A series of themed activities and public benefit initiatives are being held across the country. The China Tourism Attractions Association has also launched a consumption event reaching 40 million visitors and offering cumulative discounts totaling 80 million yuan. China Tourism Day is held annually on May 19th. It also aims to showcase China's tourism industry and enhance tourism awareness. Provinces including Guizhou, Shandong, and Anhui have launched the consumption events, held sports games, and various performances to boost tourism. As China travel continues to rise in popularity with increasing numbers of international tourists visiting the country, China shopping has emerged as another prominent trend. Prompted by a visa-free policy and easy tax refunds, discussions of China shopping have taken off on social media networks worldwide. Consumers are eager to talk about high-quality, fairly priced, made-in-China products. Hao Jun has more.
From food and clothing to smartphones and drones, foreign visitors are discovering China as a shopping paradise.
We are from Italy and we came here in vacation. We're sisters. We bought some tea and some t-shirts. So just souvenirs for friends and family.
So we're from Germany, from Munich. We bought a lot of clothes and jewelry and also skincare products.
I want to buy products from DJI. It's a great opportunity for shopping.
I just buy a pair of shoes. My friend said to me, next time when I came to China, I take my luggage empty and buy a lot of things to him.
Official data shows inbound tourists spend over $94 billion International visitors are finding their shopping experience easy, convenient, and rewarding.
Oh, give us a paper. No need to write anything. Yes, rewrite is different. Oh, that's really cool. Yes, so convenient. Yeah. For foreign tourists, it will be better to get money. A lot of money back.
Very nice. It makes you so happy that you want to buy some more. QR code? So simple, but it's really, really effective. A little bit of cash here and there, but it's very convenient.
Official data indicates that China's inbound consumption accounts for about 0.5% of GDP, lagging behind the 1 to 3% typical in major economies, revealing huge growth potential. Since last year, the country offers 240-hour visa-free stays to travelers from more than 50 countries. And on Thursday, China extended the visa-free policy to nationals of Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Uruguay from June the 1st to May 31st, 2026. The visa policy and tourist-friendly services have fueled a shopping frenzy among international visitors.
Very useful, lots of functions. Recommended to friends for sure, especially new friends coming into China for the first time. I think it would be very, very useful.
I love the intelligent products that are made in China. It's so convenient to find them here. The quality, the production value, the price, it's a great deal. And we love learning and finding the new products that are made. It's so exciting.
Foreign consumers' interest in such products show that made in China and created in China are gaining international recognition. The sharp rise in inbound consumption, driven in part by policy improvements and the new reputation of Chinese products for quality, have created a China shopping boom that reveals the adaptability and potential of the Chinese economy. CGTN.
To wrap up this edition of Global Business, you can follow us on multiple multimedia platforms and also podcasts. The Filipino will continue. Good morning.
Dive into the sports world with Sideline Story, our weekly podcast that brings you the most up-to-date game analysis and news from the latest sports action. Subscribe to Sideline Story on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, and wherever you listen to your podcast.
Want to learn about world affairs in a more laid-back and accessible manner? Join us fighters, experts, and analysts in the casual setting of the chat lounge, where their personal experiences and opinions on major events and policies. Subscribe to Chat Lounge for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcasts.
CGTN Radio,
crowning the events that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information brought to you every weekday. Now here's your host,
Shane Bigham with you on this Monday, May 19th, 2025. You're listening to the Beijing Hour, coming to you live from the Chinese capital. On today's program, Chinese authorities say the country's economy is resisting current pressures and maintains steady growth in April. China and Denmark have listed two sides 75 all amount of aid into the Gaza Strip. In business, Chinese officials say home prices in the country remain stable. In sport, a badminton action from the Thailand Open. In culture and entertainment, exploring the China Pavilion at the Cannes Film Festival. Now checking the day's top stories. Chinese authorities say the economy's managed to withstand pressure and maintain steady growth in April. Retail sales expanded 5.1%. Value-added industrial output grew 6.1%. The National Bureau of Statistics said employment remains stable and new growth drivers gathered momentum. Wang Suwen breaks down the economic figures.
China's economy maintained a stable growth despite of the ongoing pressure in April, and the index of service production has increased by 6%, and the total retail sales of consumer goods has increased by 5.1% year-on-year, and reflecting the steady recovery of domestic demand. Well, the CPI edged down 0.1% year-on-year, but rose 0.1% month-on-month. Has increased by 3.9%. And a lot of reporters have asked about the recent China-U.S. trade tariff talk in Geneva. And the spokesperson said that lowering the China-U.S. trade tariffs will boost the bilateral trade and help with the global economic recovery. Well, the spokesperson said China's economy is more like an ocean, not a pound. And we expect to release the full potential of the Chinese market, especially in the long term. So looking ahead, they will expand the high standard, opening up and stabilizing employment, advance the high quality development, also develop the full potential of the Chinese domestic market.
That was Wang Suwen on the performance of the Chinese economy in April. We asked Professor John Gong at the University of International Business and Economics about his take on the April performance. He explains how the numbers reflect the Chinese economy's resilience.
My biggest impression has to do with the consumption increase of 5.1%. This number is extremely important in my view, as the entire economy is counting on the consumption to take the lead to drive the growth pattern here. And I think the data is showing that is exactly what's happening. Another thing I want to point to is with respect to the private enterprises. If you look at the GDP growth, that is the value-added growth in April across different kinds of companies, the private companies have experienced the most increase, actually, 6.8%, larger than the state-owned enterprises, as well as joint venture and foreign companies. I think this is a very good sign that private investors are starting to invest, starting to come to their full position. And I think this is actually very good news. And I read a lot about that statistics. The final thing, with respect to exports, it is amazing to see that the April exports number is a 9.3% increase. This is in spite of the background of tariffs imposed by Washington. We understand very well in April, the bulk of the month, exports to the United States pretty much stopped. And yet, the empathy numbers show a 1.3% increase. And this shows how much resilient and how much appealing Chinese products are global-wise.
Professor Gong also said the figures showed a shift in spending habits.
It's quite interesting to see that the growth in expenditure on services, not so much on buying things that you actually use, right? But our services actually increase more than the expenditure increase on buying goods, especially in tourism area, in travel, in other service areas like gaming, other sort of spiritual life related stuff. It's actually going much faster. I think this represents an overall trend in Chinese consumption pattern. That is, as we upgrade the consumption, what are we upgrading on? They're actually not much on buying things, but much on buying services.
That was Professor John Gong on China's monthly economic performance. On Monday is China Tourism Day. Officials are rolling out thousands of beneficial measures for tourists, offering over 1 billion yuan in subsidies. That's around 140 million US dollars. The China Tourist Attractions Association is launching an event with discounts totaling 80 million yuan. Zheng Xuning tells us more about China's increasingly appealing tourism sector.
Latest figures show that domestic travel in the first quarter of this year surged 26.4% year-on-year to 1.79 billion trips, generating a revenue of over 1.8 trillion yuan, rising over 18%. One major interesting trend is that culture has emerged as the key driver for tourism. For example, the hit TV drama My Alti significantly boosted tourism in Xinjiang's Alti region, attracting over 1 million visitors in a single week in May. Additionally, the video game Blacknet or Wukong spurred interest in cultural sites. Meanwhile, outbound tourism in 2024 also continued to recover. According to the National Immigration Administration, the number of cross-border entries and exits was nationwide with 620 million, reflecting on the state of May, 36%. And these surges are attributed to streamlined visa policies. Over 2 million foreigners entered China via visa-free channels.
That was Zheng Xuning reporting. Home appliances were China's fourth largest export to the U.S. last year. Tariffs have strained the trade war, even with Beijing and Washington announcing a temporary reduction. The full set of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods remains steep. In a southern Chinese manufacturing hub, producers are racing to adapt. They visited several companies in Zhongshan.
The Chinese city of Shenyang is a major manufacturing hub for home appliances. For years, much of its site is headed straight to home. The onslaught of U.S. tariffs has equaled brought shipments to a standstill.
So how much money is tied up here in this warehouse?
It's difficult to tell. See, we have 5 big buyers. Only one of them stock here about 30 containers. I think totally is about 5 million US dollars.
Which these products now face up to 55% in tariffs.
Your clients, what are they saying?
They even feel anxious because they know I will not lower down the price. And they know the tariff will shoot by themselves.
Ritchie's clients include Walmart, the world's largest retailer, whose CEO recently warned price hikes are hard to avoid, given the reality of narrow retail margins. To cushion the blow from tariffs, Ritchie's factory, like many others, is moving some production overseas.
In China, we in charge about developing the tooling, and then we also make some key components from China. In Mainland, we do some simple assembly and also some productions there. We also need to find more buyers. For example, this item belongs also from Europe.
It's all hands on deck. Factories raised to deliver during the 90-day tariff reprieve.
And alongside big container orders, companies are also learning to handle smaller direct-to-customer shipments. Here at the Dongfeng Town government, a new cross-border e-commerce association has been set up to help companies make that shift.
相对比较传统的就是
Taiwan makes luxury cabinets for wine and cigars. It has increased exports go to the U.S.
因为我们这个产品不是当地产品，错的是我们本土。
When prices rise, consumers tend to cut back their tariffs to the harder. We've seen in domestic e-commerce since 2011. The local markets are still huge. Now the town is pooling our supply chain resources together to build a plan for overseas markets.
Just 20 minutes away in the town called Nankou, another company is taking a different path, doubling down on being the world's factory.
Second news. Today, advances in AI, automation, and robotics have made China's manufacturing efficiency world-class. For large-scale production, that means lower costs. Our high-end products are rivals, even for brands from Japan, Korea, Europe, and the U.S. in both tech and design. With that edge, we're steadily gaining ground in global markets. Buyers want to
after the 90-day cooling period. In the meantime, companies are bracing for long fights, building factories overseas, exploring new markets, and doubling down on innovation. The pressure is real. So is the determination to keep moving and keep winning.
That was Huang Pei reporting from Guangdong Province. And coming up, China and Denmark are celebrating 75 years of bilateral ties.
Washington is tightening its containment of China's tech industry, launching a global crackdown on AI chips from Chinese firms, with Huawei squarely in the crosshairs. What's fueling this escalation, and how might it reshape the global semiconductor landscape? Join us on the chat lounge this week as we break down the power plays, potential blowback, and China's next.
The hour. China and Denmark have reaffirmed their commitment to multilateralism and pledged deeper cooperation. This comes as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and his Danish counterpart, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, in Beijing. Rasmussen's on an official visit to China as the two countries mark 75 years of diplomatic ties. Zhao Yunfei has more.
The two sides really cherish the relationship between the two countries, especially the diplomatic relationship. It has been 75 years. Wang Yi said that Denmark has a strength in innovation, green development. He said that China is willing to work with Denmark to further expand cooperation to tackle global climate change and boost sustainable development. Wang Yi also mentioned about multilateralism. He said that currently the post-World War II order is under challenge, so it's important for China to stand with Denmark to play its important role in the international stage as well as the multilateral stage. Rasmussen said that echoed Wang Yi's statement, and he said that during the challenging times, exchange is can be traced back to hundreds of years. And he said that the two countries have found their own paths of development. However, they can always find common ground and common interest for the common good. Recently, Chinese President Xi Jinping has replied a letter from the founder of the Danish Chamber of Commerce in China. In the replying letter, President Xi wrote that China was and will be an ideal, secure, and promising destination for
Mr. Jan has promised to lead the change in Romania after the independent candidate won the presidential election. A result from the electoral authority showed that Dan secured more than 54% of the vote, ahead of George Simeon's nearly 46%. Pro-EU Dan promised to strengthen rule of law reforms, maintain support for Ukraine, and deepen ties with the West. Simeon, who heads the Alliance for the Union of Romanians party, led the first round of the elections 2 weeks ago. The election took place after the annulment of last year's results over alleged foreign interference. Pablo Gutierrez has more from Bucharest.
The turnout has exceeded what many analysts were predicting. Over 11.6 million Romanians went to the polls. Now, this is the second largest turnout since 2014. And what's striking is who's showing up It's young voters, first-time voters, and also an unusually high number of Romanians living abroad. Many describe this as a vote that they simply could not sit out. Now, the two candidates could hardly be more different. Nicu Jordan is an independent centrist known for his anti-corruption work and for staying outside the traditional party system here in Romania. He promises to keep Romania firmly anchored in the European Union. His opponent, George Simeon, leads the far-right party AUR, and he is a populist who has challenged EU policies and drawn support from nationalist voters, including those that back Calin Georgescu. He is the ultra-nationalist that was disqualified last year. That disqualification ultimately led to the annulment of the 2024 election. So the vote is being watched closely. Many see it not just as a choice between two men, but as a test of Romania's democracy. The presidency isn't just ceremonial. The winner will command the military, appoint prime minister, and represent Romania on the world stage. So for many voters, this is about reclaiming trust in the system and deciding what kind of future Romania should have.
That was Pablo Gutierrez on what the election results mean for Romanians. Portugal's center-right Democratic Alliance has won the parliamentary election. The alliance garnered 32.1% of the vote, or 86 seats. The Socialist Party placed second with 23.4% of the vote. Socialist Party leader Pedro Nuno Santos has accepted the center-left party's defeat.
We didn't provoke these elections, but we wanted to win them. We did everything in our power. We had a good campaign, but we did not manage to win these elections. The Portuguese people have spoken out clearly, and as always, we respect the decision of the Portuguese public.
The Democratic Alliance fell short of the seats needed for a majority, but leader Luis Montenegro said he had received a clear and reinforced mandate from the people. Portugal's third general election in 3 years has dashed hopes that the ballot could end years of political uncertainty in the country. In Poland, voters are returning to the polls on June 1st after no presidential candidate secured more than half of the vote in the first round. A ruling coalition candidate, Rafał Trzaskowski, and independent candidate Karol Nawrocki will contest the runoff next month. The Ipsos exit poll showed that Warsaw Mayor Trzaskowski garnered 30.8% of the vote. Nawrocki is a historian and newcomer to electoral politics, and he's consistently ranked second in the polls. Mexico has resurrected a decades-old campaign to encourage consumers to buy local. The United States neighbor and one of its largest trading partners is aiming to enhance pride in national products and high global trade tensions. Frank Contreras has more from Mexico City.
Made in Mexico. Les agradecemos mucho. Its regional economic development strategy kicks off as U.S. President Donald Trump continues to threaten to impose steep tariffs on here to prioritize purchases of domestic products, including the world-famous and popular Mexican Hass avocado. Major foreign-owned companies here are also planning to sell more products made in Mexico. Even newer and lesser-known Mexican products, like the Saqua electric vehicle, support the initiative. The Made in Mexico campaign includes fine Mexican wines produced in the high deserts of northern Coahuila state. The president of Mexico's National Winemakers Council, Salomón Avedrop, says it's an opportunity to ramp up already strong sales of locally bottled wines.
Porque hecho en México nos da distintivo en México.
Made in Mexico makes us distinctive and gives us presence in the national market. Consumption of Mexican wine is growing, so we have to make a strong effort so that Mexicans continue to seek out and consume Mexican wines.
Cold and delicious mangoes and a multiplicity of other products are produced and made here in Mexico. But to participate in this national campaign, producers and companies alike must register with the National Secretary of the Economy. The Director of Development Studies at Mexico's CIDE University, Adolfo Laborde, says President Sheinbaum's administration is not the first to use this approach.
La primera es, pues, los productos originales
de vegetables, fruits, or alcoholic beverages. Other products will include those manufactured here, which include Mexican science and technologies and can help facilitate scientific development in our country. This Made in Mexico campaign aims to substitute imported products with local ones. They can be produced less expensively, and they will use existing logistics to incorporate those products into supply chains.
Using national pride to boost the domestic economy is not new in Latin America. Still, Mexican government officials hope this measure will protect Mexico in times of economic uncertainty.
Supporting Mexico's campaign to support local businesses. Coming up, Israel will have a small amount of aid in the Gaza Strip.
Live interviews like never before with Deep Dive, the podcast from CGTN Radio. Join our global reporters for captivating stories and thought-provoking conversations. Search Deep Dive on your favorite podcast platforms and get ready to dive in.
21 minutes past the hour. Israel says it'll let limited amounts of aid into Gaza after the military announced extensive ground operations in the northern and southern parts of the territory. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said Israel will allow a basic amount of food to ensure a hunger crisis does not develop. There was no progress in ceasefire talks between Israel and Hamas. The Israeli military suggests
the visit of President Donald Trump to the region. He left on Friday afternoon, and roughly 48 hours later, this operation is beginning. The operation is going on, but Israel did signal that it can stop or at least pause the operation at any time if there's any breakthrough in the negotiations which are happening in Qatar. Israel said it loud and clear, negotiations will happen under fire. It's not as if fighting will stop while negotiations are going on. And the Israeli forces, we've also heard from Gaza, going deeper and deeper into the strip. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu added that the negotiations for the moment are based only on the risk of plan. The plan calling for the release of 10 Israeli in some weeks of ceasefire. This is as opposed to what Hamas is saying. There will not be any such an agreement, no such thing as an agreement which will not bring Hamas down altogether.
That was Jonathan Regev on Israel's new plan in Gaza. Malaysians have said goodbye to a pair of giant pandas that returned to China after an 11-year stay. They will spend at least a month in quarantine at a protection and research base in southwest China. The two countries have a plan to begin a new conservation project within the year. Ryan Meltzer spoke with some panda enthusiasts in Malaysia.
With China. For the past 11 years, they lived this purpose-built, air-conditioned enclosure and to the glowing clouds blasted final day.
Normally, it's meant for 2 or 3 times just to see the panda. They asked me about my feelings, first and because they live so sad. So we promised to send them back in to let them go.
Of course, very sad and cannot really not to let them go back, but picture okay? Because this is their motherland.
For the past couple of weeks, the pandas have been in quarantine to prepare them for their departure. So the public have only been able to see them from inside this glass-enclosed viewing area.
Feng Yu and Fu Hua produced a healthy cub, the fastest natural conception in captivity outside of China, followed by a second cub in 2018 and a third in 2021. They've all been sent to China.
On Sunday, Fengyi and Fuwa left the National Zoo, boarding a plane back to China's Sichuan province. China has pledged to send a new adult panda pair to Malaysia in the coming months.
I'm very excited to wait for the new pairs to come. No matter which pandas, as long as they're pandas, I will still love them. Come and see them very often.
Of course, I'm excited when the new pandas come. I'll just feel the same way about them. I love them like I love Hua and Fengyi.
And Malaysians will hope that the new pair will also delight them by producing cubs like Hua and Fengyi so successfully did.
That was Ryan Meltzer on Malaysia's giant panda cooperation with China. New York City Metro. Issues for the incident during the ship's global goodwill tour. Jim Spellman has more.
The Mexican Navy ship, covered in glowing lights, appears to be out of control as it collides with the Brooklyn Bridge in New York City at sunset on Saturday. The tops of its masts were torn off before the vessel collides with the embankment. Nick Corso witnessed the collision.
And you can see there was a lot of pandemonium on the boat. I didn't realize until after, but there was people on the mast of the boat, like up there. So one of theirs got hit and they fell off and they were hanging on the rope. They were all attached to it.
In addition to the fatalities, the Mexican Navy says at least 22 other crew members were injured.
The Mexican Ministry of the Navy will search for every family of every one of the injured in order to give them a very detailed panorama of what's going on with every one of them.
The ship, known as the Cuauhtémoc, had a crew of 277 and was in New York on a goodwill mission, leaving port en route to Iceland. But instead of heading south toward open waters, the ship traveled north and was apparently going backwards, stern first, as it collided with the bridge. No one on shore was injured, and officials say the bridge was not significantly damaged. The cause of the crash is not immediately known, but investigators suspect a mechanical issue may be behind the accident.
The pilot, the captain that was maneuvering the ship, lost, power of the ship and the current. Mechanical function caused the ship to go right into the pillar of the bridge, hitting the mast of the ship where there were a couple of sailors on top of it. These sailors were injured as a result of the mast striking the bridge.
Police boats and medics responded, taking injured crew members to local hospitals. By morning, the ship was docked. The U.S. National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating the incident.
That was Jim Spellman. Struck pedestrians on a railroad. Neighborhoods after storms swept through parts of the Midwest and South and killed more than 24 people. Edwina Wilson and her husband took cover in a hallway as a tornado barreled toward their home in Kentucky.
The house started shaking and the loud roaring happened, and we just fell right there in the hallway. And then when it finally did stop, he wasn't moving, but I screamed at him and he started shaking his leg to let me know he was, okay. And I told him, you have to say something. So he did, and we started peeling our way out.
Kentucky was hardest hit as a devastating tornado killed at least 19 people and left many homeless. Meteorologists predicted a fresh mix of dangerous weather conditions across the U.S. as midsection starting Sunday, with heavy rains, thunderstorms, and the possibility of more tornadoes. 29 past the hour. Beijing's down to 17 degrees on Monday evening. It'll be cloudy and 33 on Tuesday. Monsoons at 24 overnight and moderate rainfall and 29 degrees. Elsewhere in Asia, Islamabad's down to 23 and then clouds and 42 on Tuesday. Vientiane's at 25 overnight, then a slight rain and 32. Phnom at 25 this evening with some rainfall to 30 degrees tomorrow. And Africa already getting a slight rain and 25 degrees on Tuesday. At 24 degrees Celsius. The cloud is out. Chinese authorities said the country's economy is resisting growth.
Listen up. Can you hear the heartbeat of our world? It's vibrant and pulsating with the essence of life itself. From the song of trees to the gurgle of rivers, from the silent strength of mountains to the icy whispers of oceans, even the solid ground beneath our feet.
Of this relationship? Well, get a perspective with China-Africa Talk. Hear from African diplomats, entrepreneurs, academics, Chinese natives, and more. Get on our wavelength every week to find out what's real with China-Africa Talk. Find us on your favorite podcast. We'll see you there.
Examining the events that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information brought to you every weekday. Now here's your host.
Same rhythm with you on this Monday. Still to come. In business, Chinese officials say home prices in the country remain stable. In sports, badminton action from the Thailand Open. And culture entertainment, exploring the situation, entertaining from
President Xi Jinping has stressed sound, democratic, and law-based decision-making to ensure the country's next 5-year plan for national economic and social development is formulated in high quality. He made the remarks in a recent instruction on the work concerning the compilation of the 15th 5-year plan between 2026 and 2030. Authorities say the Chinese economy managed to withstand pressure and realize steady growth in April. The country's value-added industrial output expanded 6.1% year-on-year last month. China's retail sales of consumer goods, a major indicator of the country's consumption strength, expanded 5.1%. In addition, commercial home prices in major Chinese cities continue to stabilize in April. The World Health Assembly has decided not to include a proposal on Taiwan's participation as an observer. The highest decision-making body of the World Health Organization is currently in session in Geneva. It was the 9th time in a row that the World Health Assembly has turned down the proposal. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has said that Israel will ease its blockade and let limited amounts of food into Gaza. The announcement came after the Israeli military said ground forces had begun extensive operations in northern and southern Gaza. Abu Muhammad Yassin is among many who are fleeing Jabalia in northern Gaza after Israel launched new ground operations in the territory. He says residents are collecting what they can sell to get money for the evacuation.
I collect wood and sell it to get the fee for the carts that we will travel in. I am from here between Tuam area and area 17 in a tent. I don't have money for transportation. We collect some wood along with some plastic and sell it to leave.
Palestinian health officials say hundreds of people have died from Israeli attacks in the past week, including over 100 killed in the new offensive. Bucharest Mayor Nicu Șordan has declared victory in the presidential election in Romania.
This is your victory, This is the victory of thousands of people who campaigned these days, who believe that Romania can change in the right direction. Don't ever forget the force you showed these weeks, because together we will need it when we'll have things to surpass.
Early results show the 55-year-old winning the race in a shock upset over his rival, George Simeon, who has conceded defeat. with nearly all ballots counted, then secured over 54% of the vote. The result marked the conclusion of a rerun presidential election after the annulment of the 2024 results due to allegations of campaign irregularities and foreign interference. French Interior Minister Bruno Retailleau has won the election to lead the right-wing Republicans Party. With over 74% of the votes in an internal election, he beat Laurent Wauquiez, who leads the party in France's lower house of parliament. Retailleau said his priority is to restore order.
Je voulais faire revenir à nous des gens qui nous avaient quittés. I wanted to bring back people who had left us, and they did. So what we can do with activists? I'm sure that tomorrow at another stage, we can do it with the voters whom the right has unfortunately disappointed too often because the right hasn't kept its promises.
The victory has bolstered Retailleau's chances ahead of the 2027 presidential election, in which many believe he will run. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has expressed her solidarity with the families of those killed when a Mexican ship struck Brooklyn Bridge in New York.
The injured are being attended to first and foremost, and our solidarity always goes out to a cadet and a sailor who died, and we're going to be attending to them. The cause is already being reviewed by the Secretary of the Navy and the authorities of the U.S., who are also reviewing.
The Mexican Navy sailing ship on a global goodwill tour struck the bridge on Saturday, killing 2 crew members and leaving over a dozen injured. The Mexican Navy said that the incident involved an Academy training vessel. New York City Mayor Eric Adams said the 142-year-old bridge was spared major damage.
All right, thank you very much. That was Do Hongyu with headlines. Coming up in business, Chinese officials say home prices in the country remain stable.
The Beijing Hour, your window on China and the rest of the world.
37 past the hour. In business now, here's Tim.
Thank you, Shane. Stocks on the Chinese mainland closed almost flat on Monday. Timothy Pope has more.
Cautious is the word now for the Chinese mainland stock market. The Shanghai Composite Index ended the session practically unchanged despite those early losses. The same was pretty much true of the Shenzhen component as well. There was some conflicting economic data that was weighing on investors' minds, and that really did help tip them towards this risk-off sentiment. Firstly, China's factory output showed some resilience in the face of the tariffs last month, so that would have been welcome. But retail sales missed expectations. They were up by 5%. Because there was almost nothing headed for the US from China while the tariffs were as high as they were, exporters rushed to book containers and port space after the 90-day pause was announced. So we saw stocks in Zhuhai and Ningbo Port home up almost 2% compared to the unit. Shanghai International Port added more than 1.7%. China Merchants Port Group was also up more than 2.5%. So investors are clearly capitalizing on the current rush, with some people uncertain over whether those tariffs might even come back again in the not-too-distant future. So they're making those bets while they can.
That was Timothy Pope report. Elsewhere in China, the Hong Kong stock market closed almost flat. In between the Nikkei was down. Probably major cities stayed flat or dipped last month. National Bureau of Statistics spokesperson Gu Linghui says home prices have remained stable in general, but the pace of decline in prices further eased.
On a month-on-month basis, the prices of new commercial residential properties in first and second-tier cities among the 70 large and medium-sized cities remained unchanged in April, while those in third-tier cities slightly declined, while the yearly decline in the prices of commercial residential properties in all 70 cities continued to narrow.
New home prices in first-tier cities fell 2.1% compared with a decline of 2.8% in March. The price decline in second-tier cities narrowed by half points, while the decline in 30 cities narrowed by 0.3 points. The report shows that the business environment for small and medium-sized enterprises in China continued to improve last year. The report by the China Center for Promotion of SME Development selected 50 cities as subjects. They reported reduced barriers to market access and progress in building a unified national market. Director Jing Tie-ying of the Policy Research Division said most of the surveyed enterprises are satisfied with the current development environment.
Expressed satisfaction regarding market access, supply of factories and government services. And 44 surveyed cities have a higher comprehensive credit index compared with 2023. In general, as continuous efforts are made further to promote the construction of the unified national market.
Operating revenue compared to 2023. More than 80% of the surveyed cities have operated public service platforms for SMEs. Associate researcher Lai Xiao says the services boost development.
These services not only help the enterprises overcome bottlenecks in their development more effectively, but also help them develop their unique advantages and achieve steady growth. In the next step, we will provide more characteristic functions on the website for service.
All the survey cities have set out special plans to help promote development of SMEs. Data shows that China's coaching logistics sector sustained steady expansion in the first quarter. The sector amounted to over 2.2 trillion yuan, or $300 billion during the first 3 months, up 4%. The fruit and vegetable wholesale market saw a basically even trading volume compared to the same period of last year. The retail market experienced growth with online sales of fruits, vegetables, and frozen foods increasing. Investment in cold chain logistics projects rose 9.4% to over 8.7 billion yuan from January to March. The cold chain transportation for products like foods, beef, and seafood has become more active in China amid the optimized cross-border logistics channels. Direct flights and new transport modes in integrating trains with coaching logistics are bringing more high-quality foreign agricultural products to Chinese consumers. Qin Yuning is the Secretary General of the Coaching Logistics Committee of the China Federation of Logistics and Purchasing. He says many coaching processing companies are shifting focus and diversifying strategies to enhance competitiveness amid the global trade uncertainties.
Many export-oriented enterprises in China are expanding into emerging markets through multi-channel business strategies in regions like Latin America, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Central Asia. At the same time, we are seeing a growing number of these companies ramp up efforts to develop the domestic market, focusing on offering higher quality products to meet the demands of consumers in China.
Experts say the cold chain logistics sector will see further growth in the second quarter amid the rising demand for fresh agricultural products during summer. Data shows that China's postal industry maintained strong growth in the first 4 months of the year. The express delivery firms handled over 61 billion parcels during the period, up nearly 21%. Courier services deeper integration into key sectors such as agriculture, fresh produce, flowers, pharmaceuticals, and auto parts fueled the expansion. The courier companies have addressed diverse consumer delivery needs by supporting modern agricultural and advanced manufacturing. They have also developed drones and established overseas warehouses. Cross-border express delivery services handled over 1.3 billion parcels from January to April. Beijing has begun levying anti-dumping duties on imports of plastic originating in the U.S., the European Union, and Japan and China's Taiwan region. An investigation shows that imports from these origins have involved dumping, causing damage to the industry on the Chinese mainland. The anti-dumping duty rates on imports of copolymer ranges from 3.8% to nearly 75%. It is primarily used in auto parts, electronic appliances, industrial machinery, and sports equipment. And finally, foreign trade companies in 2 coastal provinces of China are expanding into diversified international markets to secure or increase order volumes. A shoemaking company in Shandong is busy preparing to ship 30,000 pairs of sports shoes to Europe. The U.S. market accounts for nearly 30% of the company's export orders, but Washington's tariffs caused delivery challenges. Production manager Du Ji says the company has managed to increase overall order volume, though it faced difficulties.
We have expanded into more than a dozen international markets, including Australia, Turkey, Singapore, and Malaysia, achieving a 25% increase in overseas orders. Meanwhile, by tapping into domestic market potential and meeting local consumer demands, we have grown our domestic market share by 15%, significantly reducing our over-reliance on external markets.
The company has also developed differentiated products tailored to the specific needs of different markets.
Thank you very much. That was JNU with Business. And coming up in sports, badminton action from the Thailand Open.
Sideline Story brings you all things sports related. The hottest topics, latest events, juiciest stories, all with a very personal take. Subscribe to Sideline Story Podcast for heated sports discussions covering events that are happening in China and around the world.
46 past the hour now, and with sports, here's Youngblood.
Thank you, Shane. We start with badminton. Tokyo Olympics champion Chen Yufei has won women's singles at the Thailand Open with a convincing victory over home favorites Compawi Chuchuan in Bangkok. Chen started well and led 9-6 after Chuchuan returned wide. The world number 8 stretched the gap to 5 with a powerful smash. She won the opening game 21-16 when her Thai opponent hit wide again. In the second game, Chen maintained home momentum and led 2-1 after a clever cross-court shot. The 27-year-old, who already won the Swiss Open and Asian Championships in this year, led 15-6 on another smash. She wrapped things up to 21-12 to lift the Thailand Open trophy for the second time in her career. In the mixed doubles final, China's Feng Yanzhe and Huang Dongping defeated teammates Gao Jiaxuan and Wu Mengying to win their first title. In the NBA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 35 points to lead Oklahoma City Thunder to a dominant 125-93 win over the Denver Nuggets in Game 7 of the Western Conference semifinals. The Thunder now advanced to the conference finals for the first time since 2016, where they will face the Minnesota Timberwolves on Wednesday. Gilgeous-Alexander admits that he was nervous but motivated during the game.
I was nervous, to be honest, just knowing what's on the line. We've worked so hard the whole 82-game season. We've all worked so hard in the summer, and to know if you don't bring your A game, it could all be over with, not for nothing. But I think that nervousness motivated me and helped me play today. Helped me give my all on both ends of the floor, and I used it to my advantage.
Jalen Williams bounced back from a 4-game 6, scoring 24 points on 10 of 17 shooting. OKC's defense was key, forcing 23 Denver turnovers and scoring 37 points off them. Alex Caruso was instrumental guarding Nikola Jokic, holding the MVP to 20 points while finishing with a 40-plus rating. After trading early, the Thunder seized the momentum with a 13-0 run and never looked back, building a 60-46 halftime lead and outscoring Denver by 37 in the third. In Formula One, Max Verstappen has stormed to victory at Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, pulling off a bold first-lap move around pole-sitter Oscar Piastri to take control. The Red Bull driver braked late into turn 1, capitalized on a slight gap, and never looked back. The win marked Verstappen's second of the season and his fourth consecutive triumph at Imola, more than any other driver. It also delivered Red Bull's 100th fastest lap in Formula One, coming in their 400th Grand Prix since debuting in 2005. Verstappen says he was surprised to win and happy with the balanced car.
I didn't see this one coming, to be honest. The car was a lot more balanced, I think, throughout the whole race, and that made me push a bit harder, I guess, on the tires, and that worked. I'm very, very happy. I think on both of the compounds, I think we're quite competitive, and I think that has been a while.
Despite McLaren dominating practice and locking out the front row with Piastri and Lando Norris, Verstappen outstated favourites with a decisive move and relentless pace. McLaren still holds a commanding 132-point lead over Mercedes in the constructors' standings after 7 races. Turning to tennis, Carlos Alcaraz has seen off Yannick Sinner in the Italian Open final, sealing a 7-6, 6-1 victory to snap both number one's 26-match winning streak and break home crowd hearts in Rome. Alcaraz edged the 10th opening set in the tiebreak after he and Sinner traded blows from the baseline on a warm evening in front of a packed center court crowd. However, from the second set onwards, Alcaraz silenced the home fans as he completely outplayed Sinner, cruising to victory in their first ever clash final. Alcaraz praised Sinner's performance after beating him for the title.
I mean, because he's the best player in the world. It doesn't matter that he was out of the tour for three months. Every tournament he's playing, he's great. The numbers are there. He wins almost every match he plays. So that's why I'm even more focused when I play against him, because if I don't play at my best, at my 10 out of 10, it's going to be impossible to beat him. So that's why I'm even more focused when I'm playing against him.
Sinner says he was satisfied with his performance during the tournament.
Confidence to play some good tennis also in Paris. Let's see what's coming out there, but after 3 months coming here, making this result means a lot to me, a lot to my team also. We worked a lot to be here, so happy also with my family and everything. So
The Spaniard has now beaten Sinner in the last 4 meetings. And finally, in football, Napoli has missed a chance to clinch the CRI title after a tense goalless draw at Parma, pushing the title race to the final weekend. Inter Milan also dropped points with a 2-2 draw against Lazio, allowing Napoli to maintain a 1-point lead and heading to the last round. Napoli will host Cagliari, while Inter face informed Roma.
Thank you very much. That was Young Gong with sports. Just ahead in culture and entertainment, exploring the China Pavilion at the Cannes Film Festival.
Experience the musical classics of the East. Mingle with the masters of Chinese music.
Past the hour. In culture and entertainment, as the global spotlight shines once again on the Cannes International Film Festival. The China Film Pavilion returns for a 4th consecutive year, a reflection of the growing global footprint and creative dynamism of Chinese cinema. Yang Yan has more.
2025 marks the 4th straight year that the China Film Pavilion has featured at the Cannes International Film Festival. This year, the pavilion highlights the vitality and openness of Chinese cinema through business networking.
I think it's incredible what has happened for Chinese films. But what I find interesting is how mythology is such an important topic within the films that I have seen. And Neza is an example of that, from a sort of a more modern, contemporary perspective. But also the creation of the gods, for example, I find very impressive. Whereby, it is clear that mythology is important and that there's a real enthusiasm to tell those stories. And obviously, there's a global phenomenon, which is very impressive. And it also shows that it has not only touched the Chinese diaspora in Europe, for example, or around the world, but it has found a much wider audience.
In the first quarter, China's box office revenues has seen a year-on-year increase of 49%. Naja 2 broke multiple records to become the highest-grossing film in a single market worldwide and top-performing animated film globally. 7 Several Chinese productions were also promoted during the event, offering a gateway to Chinese culture and showcasing growing links between film, tourism, and cuisine.
I think exchange and collaboration is always a very good way to move forward. Generally, co-production is always good because two countries come together with storytelling ideas from both countries, working together, exchanging, and usually you mutually benefit from each other. And maybe it's also possible in the future to have some exchange, that some European and German filmmakers can see how Chinese filmmakers make their movies in China. They could come to Germany and see how...
Continues to grow, so too does his dialogue with the world.
That was Young Yan reporting. The over 2,300-year-old Chu silk manuscripts have returned to Beijing from the National Museum of Asian Art in Washington. Unearthed in 1942 at the Shenyang site in central China, the manuscripts are the only known silk text from the Warring States period. Smuggled to the U.S. in 1946, the three-volume collection is commonly considered a history. A delegation from China's National Cultural Heritage Administration traveled to the U.S. and brought back the second and third volumes titled Yuxing Ling and Gongshou Jian. These texts contain content reflecting the two states' unique cultural legacy. The public will have a chance to view them when they go on display at the National Museum of China in July. And the tourist trains departed from Chengdu, Sichuan province, launching the first railway service themed around the legendary Sanxingdui ruins. Running daily from Chengdu East Railway Station, the train reaches the ruins in just 18 minutes and Jiuzhai Valley in around 2 hours, connecting two of the southwestern province's most iconic destinations. With 13 round trips a day, it expects to carry around 30,000 passengers daily. Decked out with bronze masts, murals, and symbols from the ancient Shu civilization, the train offers more than just transport. It's a cultural journey. Developed by China Railway Chengdu Group and the Sanxingdui Museum, the theme trains aim to deliver an immersive experience to travelers from China. 57 past the hour, checking the forecast before we go for the day, and Beijing was 17 on Monday evening. Cloudy skies and 33 on Tuesday. Nanchang's down to 24. That's followed by moderate rainfall in the West China. Further Asia, Zhongbao's 23 this evening. It's cloudy and 42 on Tuesday. Yantian's down to 25 with a slight rain and 32. Nanping's 25 overnight with a slight rain and 33 degrees Celsius tomorrow. And that's it for this edition of the Beijing Hour. Making news today, Chinese authorities say the country's economy is resisting current pressures and maintains steady growth in half of the staff and the Chinese staff for the next Beijing Hour and open a window to the world together.
Precisely 6 p.m. Beijing time. We meet you on podcast and on air every weekday. The Beijing Hour, your window on China and the rest of the world.
He can't live without the Yellow River in his eyes.
The Yellow River is so noble and elegant. Both my grandpa and dad made a living from the river.
Would you like to move away from the Yellow River?
I don't think I will. I love it so much. The Yellow River, the second longest river in China, is regarded as a shaping force in the history, economy, and culture of northern China. Today, about 100 million people live within its water basin, making up nearly 9% of the country's population. How is climate change felt at its headwaters? And what are the locals doing to cope with it? What are the descendants of the boatmen doing? What has kept some people from leaving their home village by the river? And what has drawn others back? Could the fading fishing community revive in a time of digital transformation?
From 2021 to 2024, our reporters visited the upper, middle, and the lower reaches of the Yellow River. To share a close ride with the river and present their stories in pictures, podcasts, and videos, all in our 12-part series, The Yellow River Mosaic, available only on CGTN Radio.
sa inyo ang programa Ang Dating Daan. Kasama si Brother Eli Soriano.
Radyo La Verdad, 1350, ang Liaoning City Radio.
ginawa. Pinapatawad ng Diyos.
Sa Beijing. Narito mga nagbabagang balita Mayo 19, 2025. Ito si Rio Zablan para sa ulo ng mga balita. Isasagawa mula 2026 sa China ang ika-15 taong plano para sa pagpapaunlad ng kabuhayan at lipunan. Kaugnay nito, binigyan din kamakailan ni Pangulong Xi Jinping ng China na dapat nakabatay sa siyensya, demokratikong kapasyahan ayon sa batas. May isang kumong palagay batay sa mungkahi ng mga mamamayan ng iba't ibang sirkulo ng lipunan at alinsunod sa karanasan ang paggawa ng nasabing plano upang may garantiya ang pagkakaroon nito ng mataas na kalidad. Inilathala ng Central Party Literature Press, CPLP, ang bagong koleksyon ng mga artikulo hinggil sa pag-aaral ng kaisipan ni Xi Jinping sa sosyalismong may katangiang Chino sa makabagong panahon. Ang nasabing bagong koleksyong ikinumpila ng Institute of Party History and Literature ng Komite Sentral ng Partido Komunista ng China, IPHL-CPC, ay kinabibilangan ng 5 volume o tomo ng 29 na artikulong inilabas mula noong Nobyembre 2023. Nakapokus ang nasabing mga artikulo sa pag-aaral at pagpapatupad ng mga pananalita ni Xi Jinping. Pangkalalang kalihim ng Komite Sentral ng CPC sa pagpapasulong ng sistematikong pananaliksik at teoretikal na pagpapaliwanag ng mga inobatibong teorya ng CPC sa makabagong panahon. Ayon sa datos na ipinalabas Mayo 19 ngayong araw ng Pambansang Kawanihan ng Estadistika ng China, lumaki ng 6.1% ang value-added industrial output ng buong bansa nitong Abril kumpara sa gayon ding panahon ng 2024. Samantala, lumaki ng 6% ang Index of Service Production, ISP ng bansa, at umabot naman sa halos 3.72 trilyong yuan renminbi ang kabuuang halaga ng tingian ng bilihing pangkonsumo. 5.1% mas mataas kumpara sa gayon ding panahon ng tinalikdang taon. Ipinakikita ng mga datos ang matatag na pag-angat ng pambansang ekonomiya noong Abril at nagpapatuloy ang mabuting tunguhin nito, dagdag ng kawanihan. Inihayag ngayong araw ng Ministry ng Komersyo ng China, MOC, ang pagpapataw ng anti-dumping duty sa mga inaangkat na polyformaldehyde copolymer mula sa Amerika, Unyong Europeo, EU, rehiyon ng Taiwan at Hapon. Ang terminong anti-dumping duties ay tumutukoy sa mga buwis laban sa pagbebenta ng produkto sa presyong mas mababa kaysa sa halaga ng produksyon. Dagdag ng ministry, ipinakikita ng isang investigasyon na nangingibabaw ang dumping o labis na pagbebenta sa China ng polyformaldehyde copolymer mula sa nasabing mga bansa at rehiyon na nagbubunga ng substansyal na pinsala sa industriya ng polyformaldehyde copolymer sa Chinese mainland. Aabot sa 3.8% hanggang 74.9% ang level ng anti-dumping duty na ipapataw ng China sa agpa ng ministry. Ayon sa China National Space Administration, CNSA, inilipat sa hapon sa lungsaan ng Shenyang Satellite Launch Center ang Tianwen-2 probe ng Comet Exploration Mission ng China. Dito sasagawa ang iba pang kinaukunang gawain tulad ng pagsubok sa iba't ibang punto. Ayon sa plano, ilulunsad sa katapusan ng Mayo ang naturang probe. At sa punto yung natatapos ang pamamalita sa Ito muli si Rio Zablan. Maraming salamat sa inyong pakikinig. Magandang gabi mga kaibigan, mga pangyo. Ako po si Rio Zablan, Yok for short, ang nag-iisang gwapong Tarlakenyo at inyong tunay na pangyo para sa nag-iisang programa sa balat ng radyo na imported pa mula sa Beijing. At ito ang Maarte Ako. Kapag napag-usapan ng mga tradisyonal na sining ng China, walang duda ang Peking Opera ay isa sa mga napakakilala at bantog sa buong daigdig. Sa katotohanan, hindi mahaba ang kasaysayan ng Peking Opera sa China, mahigit 200 taon lamang. Bago lumitaw ang Peking Opera, maunlad na ang sining ng opera sa China. Pero ang karamihan sa mga ito ay lokal na opera na mula sa iba't ibang lugar ng bansa. Noong 1790, sa araw ng ika-80 kaarawan ng Emperador Qianlong, isang kilalang emperador noong Qing Dynasty, pumunta sa Beijing ang 4 na pinakamagagaling na opera troupe para magtanghal sa Royal Banquet. Ang kanilang palabas ay umani ng papuri ng Royal Family at mula noon, nanatili ang mga lokal na opera troupe sa Beijing. Natuto sila sa isa't isa at walang humpay na pinaghalo-halo ang mga estilo at katangian. Kaya sa bandang huli, unti-unting isibilang ang bagong uri ng opera, ang Peking Opera. Ang Peking Opera ay pangunahin na pinili mula sa mga matandang kwento o kwentong pangkasaysayang Chino at iba pa. Ang isang kumpletong Peking Opera ay mahaba, 2 hanggang 3 oras. Kaya kadalasang ipinalalabas ang pinakamaganda o pinakahuling bahagi lamang. Napakapamilyar ng mga kwento sa mga mamamayan kaya nalalaman agad nila ang bukod ng buong opera. Para sa gabing ito, pinili rin namin ang mga seleksyon o bukod ng mga kwento ng Peking Opera. Ginagamit sa Peking Opera ang wikang Chino, pero ang musika, ang mga instrumento at pag-arte ng mga aktor at aktres ay kumumuwika ng lahat. Kauna-una ang musika na ibabahagi namin ay pinamagatang Drunk Concubine. Ang concubine nito ay si Concubine Liang Fan. Siya ay isang kilalang magandang babae sa kasaysayang Chino. Nabuhay siya noong Tang Dynasty. At mayroong isang romantikong kwento sa pagitan ni Concubine Liang at Emperador Li Longji. Ang kantang ito ay nagkukwento ng pag-inom ng alak sa parke ni Concubine Liang at paglalahad ng kanyang pagmamahal sa emperador. Ang kantang ito ay inawit ng isang kilalang dalubhasa ng Peking Opera, si Master Mei Lantang. susunod ay isang bahagi ng operang Nayong Hungtong. Ang female leading role na si Susan ay isang maganda at patalinong babae. Kasintahan niya si Wang Jinglong. Si Wang ay nakatakdang sumali sa imperial na eksaminasyon at kailangan nilang magkahiwalay. Ipinangako ni Wang kay Susan na tiyak na makukuha niya ang mataas na marka at siya ay magiging kapitan ng gobyerno. Kapag nangyari ito, pagpapakasal silang dalawa. Pero sa panahon ng paglisan ni Wang, si Susan ay pinagsintahan ng masasamang tao at itinuring bilang kriminal. Sa kwento ito, pumasok si Susan mula sa kulungan at ipinayag sa publiko ang maling pagtrato. Babahagi namin ay Judge Zhao at kaso ni Xiang Lian. Ito ang kwento ni Judge Bao Zheng. Nabuhay si Judge Bao noong Song Dynasty at ayon sa alamat, siya ay salisag ng katarungan. Sa kwento ito, ang kriminal na si Chen Shumei ay asawa ng prinsesa pero bilang isang judge, kamatayan ang sinintensya sa kanya ni Bao Zheng.
代我长征往日歌，是在日夜的大长生。
Tuntunan ngayong gabi. Muli, ito po si Rio Zablan, Yok for short, ang nag-iisang gwapong tarlakenyo at inyong tunay na Panginoon. Maraming salamat.
Napakinggan ninyo ang pagsasalita ko ng MHz at 12.110 MHz. At ikasampu at kalahati hanggang ikalabing-isa ng gabi, 12.110 MHz. Ang serbisyo Pilipino ng Radyo Internasyonal ng China ay pansamantalang lilisan sa iyong katawin upang magpalipukas sa dating mga oras at frequencies.
nakikitang aklat sa mundo na nagsasabi ng bagay na mangyayari sa inadra. Wala namang mga believing books na merong prophecy o telling of events. Wala namang libro ng Biblia, wala namang Ganyan katiyak sinasabi niya kung ano nangyayari kay Abraham at sa kanyang pakita lang natin na pag sinabi ng Diyos, nangyayari ito. And we have physical evidences and notes in history to prove na sinabi niya ito, kahit na sino pa tumutol, mangyayari yung sinabi niya. Sa 15:13, nilagit na patunod. At sinabi ng Diyos, pero sinabi ng Diyos sa kanya, paparamigin ko pinagin at kinukami ng bitin sa langit ng buhay sa mga kaya ikaw na Nakalila si Sarah, meron siya aliping Egyptian, si Agar. Sabi ni Sarah kay Abraham, sinukwento ko na ito kasi nakakako ito sa bulat na natin. Sabi ni Sarah kay Abraham, ibang babae ang nagdadala ng anak mo kasi nagdadala ng anak mo. Sa ibang babae at itawag ba natawa siya. Kaya siya natawa, naintindihan ko yung talatang nakasulat. Siguro naiisip-isip ni Sarah, may matanda na, At sinabi niya, hindi gayon, kundi ikaw ay tumawa.
Huwag ka naman sinungaling sa akin. Tumawa ka talaga. Yan, sabi ng angel. And then nangyari yan, sinabi niya, sa tadhanang panahon, in the appointed time, babalik ako sa iyo sa isang taon, magkakaanak. Kaya, natupad yun. Pero bago nangyari yan, nasa akong pilipisyon, magkausap si Abraham at ang Panginoon ng Panginoon sa kanya. Tunay na pakatabastisin mo na ang iyong binili ay magiging taga-ibang bayan sa lupain hindi kanila at maglilingkod sa mga yaon at kahihirapang 400 taon. Pagkatapos, sa 14, yaong bansang kanilang paglilingkuran aking hahatulan. Pagkatapos aalis sila na may malaking pag-aaral.
umalis sa lupain ng Ehipto. Yan nakikita niyo maliwanag yung istorya niya. Meron lang mga ibang parte na mali. Pero naiportray yan doon sa pelikulang The Ten Commandments yung 1950s na ginampanan ni Charlton Heston ang kapig ng Meses. Nangyari na talagang may sinabi ng Diyos in advance kay Abraham na yung kanyang mga anak, yung kanyang buntis, magiging alipin sa isang bansang hindi nila kilala na ganap yun sa Ehipto. Nalilipit sila sa mga bandinig alipin 400 years.
February 7, ngunit ito ay in-extend pa ng 4 na buwan ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Ayon kay Palace Press Officer at PCO Undersecretary Claire Castro. Wala pa sa ngayon na informasyon mula sa Pangulo tungkol sa susunod na PNP chief.
si Rizal. Mababasa mo sa lahat ng istorya sa Pilipinas, even sa istorya sa ibang bansa. Kasi nakarating sa ibang bansa si Dr. Rizal. Pero lahat sila silent. Sinasabi maraming babae. Merong isang istorya ko, si Ferdinand Blumentritt, nagsabi na si Rizal daw
depicting the fall of the old kingdom several centuries earlier, or possibly a combination of these. Viewer describes Egypt as afflicted by natural disasters and in a state of social collapse. The poor have become rich, and the rich poor, and warfare, famine, and death are everywhere.
infrared microscope. Hindi naman pwedeng sabihin na o huwag kayong kumain niyang panito dahil may virus yan. Yung mga kagaya ng mga unggoy, galing patunayan ito sa inyo na kung ang gusto nagsabi, let us consider it as a fact. Huwag natin binuin. Basahin natin ang 11:25 ng Levitico kapatid na dami.
At sino mang bumuhat ng bangkay ng mga iyan ay maglalaba ng kanyang mga suot at magiging karumal-dumal hanggang sa hapon.
Naniniwala ako sa sinasabi ng Diyos na ang panganib ng virus at ng sakit sa mga hayop na karumatungan sa Israel ay hanggang hapon. Kasi sabihin, pagkakamalit ng mga hayop na may virus, maglalamakan ng damit, magiging karumal-dumal ka sa hapon, hanggang hapon lang. Kaya pag ang Diyos ang nagsalita, talagang check yan. It's a fact. Dahil nangyayari sa Israelita. May sinabi niya kay Abraham, ganito nangyayari sa Domino. Exactly yung mga ganun. At yung naganap, pinapatunayan mo na istorya. At yung naganap, nasa Biblia.
Kaya nakikinig ka ang kaigaan.
Lord Jesus Christ, who come before the holy presence, Father, to help you to your holy presence. The medicine cannot cure anybody without your intervention. Have mercy on us. Save us from all danger. Help the world leaders in the source of their problems. Help them enjoy their health. Giving good services to their people. Father, give us a chance to continue doing your will. Give us a chance to maintain faith, hope, and love in our hearts. Father, in your hands we trust our lives.
Paano ka dumaan sa daan ng Diyos?
Isama po natin ang ating mga kapatid sa Church of God International. Tayo po'y nagpapalagay sa
wala namang contradiction sa media. Lahat ng sinasabi nila pagnanasa ng iba, naligaw, nasinsay, nangasalaag sila gikan sa pagtuon naligaw sa pananampalataya. Basahin natin sa kapampa.
Uling inuduking sa lapi, metong ayamot maling sablang adle dewakan, akaniti din mapilan amiras, metayid lang kawani ing kasal pantayanan.
Yan, metayid lang kawani ing kasal pantayanan. Sa Ilocano, na sa pag-aabot sa ilan ang nagkatira, nagkakalagalag sa pag-ubok sa religion. Ubok na sa tuwan sa mo, yung matatanungin. Tinamo sa iyo, bago ang sanlibutan ay naging gayon. He is the recipient of the glory of the Father even before the world was. He received glory from the Father. Glory in what sense? He was called by the Father as, Thou art my Son. Yung tawagin siya ng Diyos na ikaw ay aking anak, yun ang highest glory na hindi binigay sa kanino, hindi binigay pati sa akin, sa akin hindi. Ang isang recipient nun, Thou art my Son. This day have I begotten thee. Ang isang recipient nun, ulit kwarte ng Hebreo pati
na naging lalong mabuti kaysa mga anghel, palibhasa'y nagmana ng lalong marilag na pangalan kaysa kanila. Sapagkat kanino nga sa mga anghel sinabi niya kailanman, Ikaw ay aking anak, ikaw ay aking ipinanganak ngayon, at muli ako'y magiging kanyang ama, at siya'y magiging aking anak.
Yan, siya lang ang recipient niyan eh. Yung glory na yun na sinabi ng Diyos, anak kita, pinanganak kita. Kanino ka ita sa mga anghel sinabi ng kailanman? Ikaw ay aking anak. Ikaw ay aking pinanganak. na monogenes theos. He was begotten by the Father, the only begotten of the Father, called in the Bible and in the Bodmer Papyri, the only begotten God. The only begotten God, ang tanging bugtong na Diyos. Bugtong na Diyos kasi ipinanganak siya ng Diyos na Ama. Yan ang nakakita. May ebidensya pa physical. Na si Kristo, Diyos talaga. Kaya ang nanganak ay Espiritu. Ang nanganak ay Diyos. Ay bakit pinanganak ng Diyos at Espiritu? Kaya nakakano naman ito. Nagaliliwanag naman ang Biblia yan eh. Magkatawang tao siya. Yung katawang tao na yun, ang ipinanganak ni Maria. Doon siya tumahan sa katawang tao. Wala namang mahirap unawain doon. Pero, sabi ng Panginoon Jesus, mga kapatid, aalamin natin yung katotohanan mula sa amin. Kasi sabi niya, walang nakakakilala sa anak kundi ang ama. Walang nakakakilala sa ama kundi ang anak. At yaong ibigin na pagkakalakan ng anak, o yan nakakakilala pala sa anak. Ganyan ang kalagayan ng Panginoon sa Kristo. Kilala siya ng Ama mula pa sa walang hanggan. Basahin natin ang 17:24 ng Juan, kapatid na Diyos.
Ama, yaong mga ibinigay mo sa akin ay ibig ko kung saan ako naroroon, sila naman ay dumuong kasama ko. Upang makita nila ang kaluwalhatian ko na ibinigay mo sa akin sapagkat ako'y iyong inibig bago natatag ang sanlibutan.
Ngayon, bakit mo nakatagal sa libutan? Yung mga sanlibutan na kinahirap, meron kasi ang
election. Naging ang nakalaban ni Biden at patuloy kritiko na si US President Donald Trump ay nalungkot sa balita at umakusa sa mabilis na pagpapagalitan. Ang 84-year-old na si Joe Biden ay nagsilbing US President mula noong January 2021 at nagtapos noong January 2022. Yan ang balita sa oras na ito. Amiran Toy, Radyo La Verdad, 1350, ang UNTV Radio. Totoong balita, tunay na kanina para sa kapwa.
Kada 30 minuto, inyong mapapakinggan ang mga balita mula dito sa Radyo La Verdad, 1350. Radyo La Verdad, 1350 balita.
Kailan sa mitsa sa inyo ang programa Ang Dating Daan. Kasama
ng lugar kung saan niya ilalagay ang kanyang anak na kaisa-isang bugtong na Diyos. Yan ay ugali na ng Diyos yan eh. Nakita niyo nang lalangin niya si Adan. Pagkalalang niya kay Adan, ang Diyos sa Genesis, gumawa siya ng isang halamanan, isang garden. Ang tawag, halamanan ng Eden. Yung Eden ko, isang bansa yun, ng araw. Doon sa Eden, isang bansa, nandoon yung halamanan ng Eden ng Diyos. At ginagay na din si Adan. Dos din ang Genesis sa kapit na Daniel.
At naglagay ang Panginoong Diyos ng isang halaman kanyang nilalang.
Ngayon, nilagay niya si Adan dun sa halaman na inilagay niya sa ibon. Ganun ang ugali ng Diyos. Yung kanyang
at nakarinig ng mga salitang di masayod na hindi nararapat salitain ng tao.
napakaliwanag ng yung palang paraiso nandun sa ikatlong langit. Ginagawa ang mundo. Kaya nung nandito siya sa mundo, papanik siya sa langit. Pagkatapos ng kanyang misyon, sabi niya sa Ama na nalangin siya, Ama, ibig ko na yung mga binigay mo sa akin, kung saan ako naroroon, tinutukoy niya lugar, sila naman dumuong kasama
ito upang makita nila ang kaluwalhatian ko na ibinigay mo sa akin, sapagkat ako'y iyong inibig bago nakatagal sa sanlibutan. So yung lugar pala ngayon, nauna pa sa sanlibutan. Inibig na siya ng Ama, doon siya inilagay. Kumbaga sa isang batang mahal na mahal ng magulang, meron siyang inihambang kwarto, una para sa kanyang mga anak. Doon siya aking bibigin. Ganon ang Panginoong Jesus. Inilagay siya sa isang lugar na kung tawagin ay paraiso, bago palalangin ang sanlibutan. At yan ay nauna sa eksistensya kaysa sa mundo, kaysa sa universo. Basahin natin ang Hebreo, mga kapatid. Kaya, pakikita niyo yung katotohanan ng nasa Biblia, magkakadugtong eh. Doon sa Hebreo, ang sabi ng Apostol Pablo, ganito ang nasabi niya sa Diyos. That is a biblical fact, and that can be proven also by scientific facts, that there is nothing permanent in the universe. A star may turn into a red giant, a massive star, greater in mass than the Earth, millions of times greater than the Earth, can turn to be a red giant, afterwards can turn to be a neutron star, and then explode, and will be creating or allowing the existence of black holes, according to our latest science discoveries. And there are so many black holes in the universe, proving that there are extinction in the universe. There are heavenly bodies that once exist, but they are now extinct. They are not there anymore. Wala na sila. Yun ang sinasabi sa Biblia, which is the authority of every science. Let us read in Hebrews chapter 1, verses 10 to 12. Pakibasa mo sa English, kapatid na bando.
And thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. shall perish, but thou remainest, and they all shall wax old as doth a garment. And as a vesture shalt thou fold them up, and they shall be changed. Thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail.
Imagine the blasphemy of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Ang mundo mamamalagi magpakailan na. Parang itinong paramos ang Diyos ang mundo. Ang diwa ni Pablo, the spirit of Paul, never did compare God to anything that exists. Thou, O Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. They shall not perish. The heavens shall perish, but us remaineth, and they all shall wax old as that a garment, and as a vesture shalt thou fold them up, and they shall be changed. But thou art the same, and thy years shall not fail. That is the comparison of the Apostle Paul, comparing creations to the Creator. They shall all wax old, according to Paul, but who never change. Thy years shall not fail. Now to say that the earth will remain forever, you are putting the quality of the earth to the quality of God. Are you comparing the eternal power of God to the earth?
si Cristo nandun na siya, umiiral na siya. Bago nila lang ang sanglibutan, nilagay na siya nandun sa isang lugar. Iniibig mo ako bago tinatagal sanglibutan. Kung saan ako nandoon, sabi niya, gusto ko yung mga taong ibinigay mo sa akin, dumuon din sila kasama ko para makita nila ang kalwalhatian ko na ibinigay mo sa akin. No? Paste, binigay mo sa akin. Sapagkat ako'y iyong inibig bago natatag ang sanlibutan. Eto ngayon. Sige nga, sagutin nyo nga ito na ayon sa Biblia na hindi totoo yan na si Kristo umira lang sa tiyan ni Maria. Umira lang daw sa tiyan ni Maria. Kung totoo yung sinasabi nyo, nang umpisa lang ang Kristo sa tiyan ni Maria, bakit nangyari yun na meron na pala siyang pinuntahan o nandun siya dati bago nila lang ang sanlibutan, wala pa ka Maria no? At hindi mo naintindihan yung sinabi ng anghel na magliliw. Ang ibig bang sabihin mo magliliw, doon mo lang magpapasimula. Mali yan Scientifically speaking, mali na yan. Biblically, mali pa rin yan. Na kaya lang magpapasimula pag pinagliliw. Mali. Kung magpapasimula, hindi pa ipinagliliw. Pasimula pa. Ano? Melchizedek si Abraham, nagbayad siya ng ipon kay Melchizedek. Nung palang panahon na yun, umiiral na si Levi, nasa balakang pa siya ni Abraham nang magbayad ng ikapo si Abraham kay Melchizedek. Nasa balakang siya ng kanyang ama na iral yung lolo. Palagay mo, ang tawag kay Abraham yung Tatara Abuelo. Tatara Abuelo Levi. Yung pala kay Abraham, iniiral na si Levi. Bali sa lolo mo yun, sa lolo ng lolo mo, saka nilololohan mo nang gagaling ng DNA. Kaya meron ng existence ang identity ni Levi 450 taon bago siya pinanganak. Eh di, kahit pala sa Biblia, kahit sa siyensya, baksak pa rin. Kasi ang siyensya, sinusuhayan dito. That the DNA is traced back to the antecedents o mga antipasados. Alam din sa Tagalog, kapatid mo, maraming yun. Kaya bibigyan mo, tama ang dito. Iniwan ang Kristo, sa tiyan lang yung nalaman na kaya rin sa bakit ang ano, na maglilitas
La Verdad, 1350. Todo es balita. Una na halina para sa kapwa.
pagsikapan mo humarap sa Diyos na sugo. Manggagawang walang anumang ikahihiya. Yung manggagawang walang anumang ikahihiya, sabi sa Biblia, gumagamit na matuwid ng salita ng katotohanan. Rightly dividing the word of truth. Ganun po kasing paraan ng paggamit sa Biblia. At ang maraming pagkakamaling nagawa, yung mga modern translators ng Biblia, pinakialaman ng Biblia, nagdagdag ng mga salita na hindi nakikita sa mga masasabi nating mga text ng manuscripts ng Biblia. Nagdagdag sila, minsan pinalitan nila talaga ang salita, maunawang mga scholars na nagsalin ng New Testament, meron silang babala tungkol dyan. Pakibasa mo, kapatid na Daniel.
The Living New Testament preface. There are dangers in paraphrases as well as values. For whenever the author's exact words are not translated from the original languages, there is a possibility that the translator, however honest, may be giving the English reader something that the original writer did not mean to say. This is because a paraphrase is guided not only by the translator's skill in simplifying, but also by the clarity of his understanding of what the author meant and by his theology.
Yan, meron pong panganib yan sa pagpaparaphrase ng Biblia, gaya ng isinali ng Katoliko na kung tawagin ay Good News Bible at saka ng mga Protestante, gaya ng isinali ng mga Saksi ni Jehovah, gaya ng isinali ng iba't ibang mga religious organizations. Meron pong panganib, kaya nagkakaroon ng contradiction. At hindi lang sa pagsasalin, kundi pati yung gumagamit ng Biblia ng mga pastor. Maliwanag na maliwanag, nagkaiba-iba ng kanilang mga paliwanag. Isa dyan ay ang pinakamahirap na maunawa sa Biblia. At yan ay ang tunay na kalagayan ng ating Panginoong Hesukristo. Kaya ako po sinabi niya, pinakamahirap yan. Matagal na po na ang nagkamali tungkol kay Kristo.
Nandito kaya si Jesus sa mga sakop ng Cesarea ni Filipo ay itinanong niya sa kanyang mga alagad na sinasabi, ano baga ang sabi ng mga tao kung sino ang anak ng tao? At kanilang sinabi, anong ilan? Si Juan Bautista. Ang ilan? Si Elias. At ang mga iba, si Jeremias o isa sa mga propeta.
Tingnan niyo. Unang-una na makikita ito, yung mga Hudyo sanay sa kasulatan niya. Meron silang mga kasulatan sa sinagoga. Bawat sinagoga ng Hudyo, meron silang kopya ng Biblia. Mga manuscript. Ang tawag doon is scroll. Sa rami ng kanilang alam, ang kanilang presumption kung ano si Kristo. Ano ba sabi ng mga tao kung sino ang anak ng tao? Sagot ng mga apostol. Sabi ng iba, si Juan Bautista. Yung ilan, si Elias daw. Ang iba, si Jeremias. O isa sa mga propeta. May iba, nagkakagusto sila. paniniwala ni Pedro na naging paniniwala niyang si Kristo ang anak ng Diyos na buhay, paniniwala yon hindi galing sa laman at dugo, hindi galing sa tao, kundi ng aking Ama na nasa langit. Pahayag sa iyo yan ng Ama. So dito makikita natin, may pahayag ang Ama tungkol sa ng Mateo. Pakinggan mo.
Ang lahat ng mga bagay ay ibinigay sa akin ng aking Ama. At sino may hindi nakakakilala sa anak, kundi ang Ama.
Ang sabi ng Panginoong Jesus, lahat ng mga bagay ibinigay sa akin ng aking Ama. Sino may hindi nakakakilala sa anak, kundi ang Ama. Ang genuine na pagkakilala sa anak, yung Ama. Siya nanganak sa kanya. Galing sa kanya yung anak ipinanganak kita, sabi niya. Kaya ang totoo sa logic, sa siyensya, sa facts, sa figures, walang mas nakakakilala sa anak kundi ang Ama, sabi ni Kristo. Anong sabi ng Ama tungkol sa kanyang anak? Sabi ni Pedro, ikaw ang Kristo, ang anak ng Diyos na buhay. Ang sagot ni Kristo, mapalad ka. Ang nagpahayag sa iyo niyan, hindi laman at dugo, hindi ang aking Ama. Di ang talaga palang kalagayan ni Kristo, siya'y anak ng Diyos na buhay. Siya'y anak ng Diyos na buhay. Bakit alam ni Pedro na siya ang anak ng Diyos na buhay? Kasi ipinahayag sa kanya ng Ama. At yung ipinahayag ng Ama sa kanya, bago ipinahayag kay Pedro yun, ipinahayag na yun sa anak. Bago palalangin ang mundo, ipinahayag na ng Ama sa anak yung kanyang pahayag na yun. 2:7 ng awit, pakinggan niya.
Aking sasaysayin ang tungkol sa pasya. Sinabi ng Panginoon sa akin, ikaw ay aking anak. Sa araw na ito ay ipinanganak kita.
Nakita niyo nga, no? Ang liwa-liwanag, oh. Yung palang ikaw ay aking anak, pinahayag na yon kay Kristo sa anak niya nung panahon pang wala pang sanlibutan. Ang sabi ng Biblia, nagsasalita ang Panginoon sa Kristo, aking sasaysayin ang tungkol sa pasya. Sinabi ng Panginoon sa akin, ikaw ay aking anak. Tapos, hindi lang sinabing ikaw ay aking anak. bago pa natatagal sa libutan, na ipanganak na ang Panginoong Jesus, ang nanganak ang Ama. Na ipanganak na siya. Meron na ang pinaglagyan sa kanyang lugar eh. Ang sabi niya sa kanyang panalangin, Ama, yung mga binigay mo sa akin, ibig ko, kung saan ako nandoon, sila naman doon kasama ko. Tinutukoy meron mo naman taong nauna pa sa sanlibutan, nauna pa sa mundo. Hindi pa, tayong mga Kristiyano bago itinatagal sa sanlibutan, itinalaga na tayo. Itinalaga na raw bago natatagal sa sanlibutan. Para makita niyo ang sikre ako mga kapatid ng panliligaw sa kapwa. Sabi ni Pablo sa mga taga-Efeso, bago pinatagal sa libutan, inibig na siya ng Ama. Hindi kaya siya nag-e-exist. Dahil ang Kristiyano, pinili bago pinatagal sa libutan, pero hindi pa nag-e-exist. Maling pakahulugan. Bakit? Ang Diyos naman kasi, meron siyang pagpili. Yung pagpili na yun, pwede naman parang ganito, no? Yung nagpapakas ng itlog. Yung nagpapakas ng itlog, mga hatchery. May kilala kasi ako sa Pampanga. May hatchery ng itlog. Ang itlog na inihahatch nila, tinitignan nila yung itsura ng itlog. Yung bilog, yung patulis. Hindi ko alam ba't ganun. Lahat ng mga patulis, inaalis nila yung patulis. Ang pinutuhan nila yung mga bilog na itlog, hindi masyadong matipilis. Tinanong ko, bakit hinihiwalay ka ako? Bakit yung mga itlog na parang bilog, yung pinutuhan? Kasi gagawin itong inahin niyan. More or less ika, mga babae, pag gagawin ang itsura ng itlog, babae yun. Gagawin layers. Ang daming makako. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa ipinanganak yung itlog. Hindi pa naiitlog. May-ari ng hatchery, pinipili na nila. Ganun ang ibig sabihin ni Pablo sa mga taga-Efeso. Meron pinipili ang Diyos ng mga tao. Yung mga tao, nakakatumba ng puso, yung makakama, yung makakaapi, yung pinipili ng Diyos. Yung atin ng kanyang pamimili. Hindi ibig sabihin, ilalapat mo yan kay Kristo. Mali yan, maling interpretasyon. Kasi ang pattern ng pamimili ng Diyos, inilibin niya sa mga apostol. Sa Versikulo 27 ng unang Korinto. Pakinggan.
Kundi pinili ng Diyos ang mga bagay na kamangmangan ng sanglibutan upang hiyain niya ang mga marurunong. At pinili ng Diyos ang mga bagay na mahihina ng sanglibutan upang hiyain niya ang mga bagay na malalakas at ang mga bagay na mababa ng sanglibutan at ang mga bagay na hinamak ang pinili ng Diyos. Oo, at ang mga bagay na walang halaga upang mawalang halaga ang mga bagay na mahahalaga.
Ayan, yan ang standard ng pamimili ng Diyos. Iniribil niya sa mga apostol. Kaya nung sabihin ni Pablo, kayong mga taga-Efeso, pinili niya tayo bago palalangin ng sanlibutan. Hindi ang ibig sabihin nun, gagamitin mo ito para i-apply mo kay Kristo na sabi ni Kristo, ako'y iyong inibig bago natatagang sanlibutan. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa siya nag-i-exist, balita lang siya na binala. Si Kristo raw, balita o salitang binalak pa lang, balak pa lang si Kristo. Yun ang pakahulugan, balak pa lang si Kristo. Sinabing ng pasimula, ang verbo ay sumasagot sapagkat wala pang kalagayan ang Kristo na panliligaw sa sarili mo, panliligaw pa sa kapwa mo. Kaya yung salita niya, balak pa lang daw si Kristo. Yung binabatayan niyang sali ng Biblia, sali ng Katolikong pare, na lumalabas, Kristo balak pa lang. Hindi totoo yan sa Biblia. Pinapakita ko sa inyong comparison, mga kababayan. Ang mga Kristiyano, pinili bago tinatagang sanlibutan. Ano yung nireveal ng Diyos na mga taong pipiliin niya? Yung mga makadiyos, yung mapagpakumbaba, yung mga api, yung mahirap, yun ang mga pipiliin. At nabasa natin ang kahulugan. Hindi pa natatawag yung Kristiyano. Alam na ni Pablo na kaya sila naanib, kasi yun ang mga pinili ng Diyos. Ito ngayon gagamitin mo para sabihin mo si Kristo na wala pang kalagayan, bago pa tatagang sanlibutan, wala pa siyang kalagayan nun, kaya tao siya. Ganun ang konklusyon nila. Maling konklusyon. Bakit? Kung pag-uukulan mo ng pansin yung reality sa Biblia, na siya ipinanganak ng Diyos sa araw na ito, pinanganak kita. Nilagyan nga ng tiempo na ikaw ay aking anak, sa araw na ito, pinanganak kita. Pinanganak na, hindi sinabi sa araw na ito, papanganak kita. This day have I begotten thee. Tinutukoy ang Diyos na naipanganak niya na yung anak. Kailan yun? Sanlibutan, inibig mo ako, Ama, binigyan mo ako ng kaluwalhatian bago natatak ang sanlibutan. Iba yan doon sa sinasabi sa Efeso na ang Kristiyano na Masang-ayon niyang diwa na yan na ang Kristo na ipaulak na bago patagal sa limitan.
Kayo nakikinig sa Ang Dating Daan. Radyo La Verdad, 1350. Ang Hit Radio. Ang istasyong hatid ay totoong balita at handang maglingkod sa inyo. Ito ang Radyo La Verdad, 1350. Totoong balita. Una, nakahinga para sa inyo. Kada 30 minuto, inyo daw mapapakinggan ang mga balita. Radyo La Verdad, 1350. Magandang umaga, narito na ang balita sa oras na ito. Matapos maapektuhan ang dandang flights noong linggo dahil sa air traffic control breakdown, inanunsyo ng French Civil Aviation Authority na magpapatuloy ang pagkaantala at kanselasyon ng mga flights sa Paris Orly Airport hanggang nitong Lunes. Inatasan ng Aviation Authority ang mga airline na bawasan ng 15% ang kanilang flight schedules dahil sa patuloy na radar failure. Libo-libong pasahero ang stranded habang ang ilan ay nasa loob na ng mga eroplano nang ipahayag ang kanselasyon ng flights. Apektado ang mga flights papunta at palabas ng France, Europe at North Africa. At yan ang balita sa oras na ito. Manuel Recuento, Radyo La Verdad 1350 ang UNTV Radio. Ito ang balita, hindi na kanina para sa kapwa. Hanggang 30 minuto, hindi daw mapapakinggan ang mga balita mula dito sa Radyo La Verdad 1350. Radyo La Verdad 1350. Ang tabayanan, susunod sa ilang sandali, ang pagpapatuloy ng programa ng Dating Daan. Kasama si Bravo Ernie Soriano.
sangkalangitan at sa sangkalupaan, na mga bagay na nakikita at ang mga bagay na di nakikita, maging mga luklukan o mga pagsakop o mga pamunuan o mga kapangyarihan. Lahat ng mga bagay ay nilalang sa pamamagitan niya at ukol sa kanya.
Kita nyo mga kapatid, lahat ng bagay nilalang sa pamamagitan niya. Ano kayong pamamagitan? Dahil sa kanya, through him, ang sabi sa Bibliang English. Ang sabi sa Greek, yung salitang were created through Him. Tingnan natin ang ginamit na salitang Grego. Kung wala pa nga siya, kung balak pa lang siya, nasabi doon sa BC6, for by Him were all things created that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible, invisible, whether thrones, dominions, or principalities or powers, all things were created by Him. Ang ginamit po na salita, yung salitang Grego, na ang salitang ginamit ay dia, a primary preposition denoting the channel of an act through inward applications, local, causal, or occasional. In composition, it retains the same general import, after, always, among, at, to above, because of, that, beauty, etc. Kasi kabilugan pa lang ang salitang dia sa magitan ng Western Union. Tapos katabi-sabi, hindi pa nag-i-exist, balak pa lang ang Western Union. Paano ka makakapagpadala ng pera? Eh kung si Kristo, balak pa lang, salita pa lang, paano makakagawa ang Diyos na lahat ng bagay? Sa pamamagitan niya, He is the channel of God's act of creation. He is the medium, He is the instrument. Kaya, nalikha lahat ng bagay dahil nandun na siya. 1-2 ng 1. Pakinggan niyo.
Ito rin ng pasimulay sumasa Diyos. Ang lahat ng mga bagay ay ginawa sa pamamagitan niya. At alinman sa lahat ng ginawa ay hindi ginawa kung wala siya.
Paano wala siya? Hindi pa siya ginagawa. Eh, ang sabi ng salita ng Diyos, lahat ng bagay ginawa sa pamamagitan ng verbo. Alinman sa lahat ng ginawa, hindi ginawa kung wala siya.
kanya. At siya'y una sa lahat ng mga bagay.
Gusto mo dyan, siya'y una sa lahat ng mga bagay. Paano sabihin salita pa lang yan? Balak pa lang. Lahat ng bagay nila lang sa magitan niya. Tapos ang conclusion ni Pablo na nakakaintindi, siya'y una sa lahat ng mga bagay. At ang lahat ng mga bagay nabubuhay dahil sa kanya. Bakit nabuhay si Adan at si Eva? Dahil sa kanya. Kaya mga nabubuhay. Trinity. Nung naglalalang pa lang, nandun na yung tatlo. Ang Ama, ang Anak, at ang Espiritu Santo. Ulo-ulo ng Genesis, kapatid na Daniel.
Ang pasimula ay nilikha ng Diyos ang langit at ang lupa.
Lalangin natin ang tao. Ayon sa ating wangis. Ba't gumagamit ang ating kung mag-isa lang siya? Ayon sa ating larawan. Sa ating larawan. Ayon sa ating wangis. Abay, nang lumalalang pala ng lahat ng bagay, presente na itong tatlong ito, Ama, ang Anak at ang Espiritu Santo, nag-uusap-usap nga eh. Kaya lang, para pilipitin at palitawin si Kristo'y tao, ang kausap ika ng Diyos na lalangin natin ng tao, mga kerubin, pero walang talata. Paano mo sasabihin ang kerubin o ang anghel, ang kausap ng Diyos lalangin natin? Ang kausap ng Diyos nung nilalalang ang mundo, anghel? Ang kausap ng Diyos nang nilalalang ang lahat ng bagay, anghel? Mali. Bakit mali? Ayaw ng Bibliang ganon, na ang kanatin daw at kaatin ay mga kerubin. Manlalalang ba ang kerubin? Wala kang karapatang lumalang ang kerubin. Ang kausap dito, co-creators. Kamanlalalang, pero kapangyariang lumalang. Si Kristo'y creator. Ang Espiritu Santo, creator. 104:30 ng awit. Pakinggan nyo.
Iyong sinusugo ang iyong espiritu. Sila'y nangalalang. At iyong binabago ang balat ng lupa.
Ang Espiritu Santo ng Diyos, nakakalalang. Kaya siya ang bumago ng balat ng lupa.
totoong balita. Tunay na kalinga para sa kapwa.
Meron tayong tulad ng Diyos. There are ways of God always.
Ang salita ng Diyos, pinagdamay sa araw-araw na pamumuhay. Hatid ni Brother M. Soriano sa programa Ang Dating Dahan.
Kung gusto mo makasagdo ka dumaan sa daan ng Diyos,
At malalaman natin na ang lahat ng mga bagay ay nagkakalakip na gumagawa sa ikabubuti ng mga nagsisiibig sa Diyos, sa makapibagay niyaong mga tinawag alinsunod sa kanyang nasa.
Alam mo kapatid, sa isang taong may pag-ibig sa Diyos, walang bagay na chances. Walang nagkakailan. Sa isang taong may pagmamahal sa Diyos, isang taong pinipilawan ng Diyos, walang chances sa pinakapin ng Diyos. Nasa Biblia, lahat ng bagay sa kalaman na ginagawa sa isang lusutin ng pag-ibig sa Diyos. Kaya ang tingnan na ito Pero sa Japan, napakarami na ngayong ATEs. At saka sa iba't ibang bansa na, kagaya ng China, maraming ATEs. Kasi wala sa kanila yung Biblia. Wala silang pagbabatayan para maniwala sa Diyos eh. Their ignorance of the Bible made them atheists. But education coming from the Bible will make you a man with a scientific mind and a man that acknowledges the existence of a creator, of an intelligent designer of life. Yun ang mapapala mo pag nagpasa ka ng Diyos. Kaya masasabi ko kapatid, meron lang sabi mo parang alam mo kasi kapatid, sa buhay ngayon, hindi lahat sa buhay ngayon, hindi lahat we have to look into what is coming. We have to look into the future. Halimbawa, scientists have been very patient, looking for the peak of life. Looking for the peak of life. Paano mananatili ang but that something will never be found by science. Hindi natutuklasan ng siyensya kung paano ang buhay ay mananatili to have eternal life. But that is in our being now. Alam mo ba kapatid na ngayon, ang tao ay hindi yung ating mga buto napapalitan ng mga bagong cell. Yung ating balat napapalitan ng bagong cell. The human body has capacity to rebuild itself. Basahin mo nga ito sandali kapatid na.
Ayan, believe it or not, your lungs are 6 weeks old and your taste buds just 10 days. So how old is the rest of your body? By Angela Epstein, October 13, 2009. Many people fret about aging. People realizing that whatever your age in years, some of your body parts are just a few weeks, even days old. This is because they are constantly renewing themselves. Here, Angela Epstein looks at how old you really are. Liver age, 5 months. The liver is known for its amazing capacity to repair and regrow itself thanks to its rich blood supply. This means it can continue with its main job of flushing toxins out of the body. If you've ever wondered why explains Professor Damian Walmsley, scientific advisor to the British Dental Association. The taste buds themselves are a collection of cells on the surface of the tongue. It's housing about 50 face cells. The buds renew themselves every 10 days to 2 weeks. However, anything that causes inflammation, such as infections or smoking, can damage the taste buds and affect their renewal, deadening their sensitivity.
Mahaba, hindi ba tayo nila? Yung ating katawan napapalitan ng bago-bago yan. Ating dugo, yung ating taste bud, yung kabila natin, yung ating liver, yung ating puso, yung ating baka, napapalitan yun. Kaya kung meron isang tamang kondisyon, tamang pinakain, tamang environment, mabuhay ka na mapatay. Binibigyan tayo ng Diyos ng pagkila sa kanyang salita.
At ang nabubuhay, at ako'y nabatay. At narito, ako'y nabubuhay magpakailanman. At nasa akin ang mga susi ng kamatayan at
bubuhay at ako'y namatay. At narito ako'y nabubuhay. Sa akin ang mga susi ng kamatayan. China, ng kahit na sino kami. Matatapos ang mundo, ang tao hindi natin iwasan ng kamatayan. Kung bakit dumarating. Pero meron susi yan. Ang may hawak niya ng ating Panginoon si Kristo na namatay at nabuhay ng pag-uli magpakailanman ng ito. Kaya masasabi ko ang kapitulo kasi may iglesia kung saan itinutulo yung tunay na religiyon o pagsamba. Ang pagsamba kasi, ang religiyon kasi, ang kahulugan niya, pagsamba, galing yan sa salitang religare, Christia sa Griego, at religion sa Kastila, sa English, religion. Ang kahulugan niyang religare ay pagsamba. Yung Christia ay pagsamba. Basahin natin sa Griego yung kahulugan ng salitang Christia, kapatid na nito.
Ito po yan, sa week 2356, Christia. From a derivative of week 2357, ceremonial observance, religion or faith.
Pablo na apostol ni Kristo Jesus sa pamamagitan ng kalooban ng Diyos at si Timoteo na ating kapatid sa Iglesia ng Diyos na nasa Corinto, kalapit ng lahat ng mga banal na nasa buong Akaya.
Kaya ang iglesia na pinangaral ni Pablo, iglesia ng Diyos sa Corinto, sa Judea, sa Efeso, sa buong Asia Minor, at sa
brother, unto the church of God, which is at Corinth.
Church of God, which is at Corinth. Sa Kastila, ang sabi niyan, kapatid na
Pablo, apostol de Cristo Jesús por la voluntad de Dios, y el hermano Timoteo, a la iglesia de Dios que está en Corinto.
A la iglesia de Dios que está en Corinto. Kaya yung iglesia ng Diyos, yun ang tunay na iglesia sa Biblia. Nandoon ang tunay na pagsamba o religion ng Katoliko. Kaya lang mga tao ngayon, kumuha sila ng sarili nilang pangalan. Nasa Biblia na iglesia ng Diyos. Nasa Corinto. Yun ang pinangaral ng Pablo ay at ibang pangalan. Kaya yung mga iglesia ng Diyos, ibang pangalan. Kaya yung mga iglesia ng kalunang tao, kagaya mo, yan ang pinalalagyan ng tunay na religion at yan ang ipinangangaral namin. Sana makinig ka kapatid na alisa ating tunay konseso. Nakikita mo pagpuntahan para lang napakagandang aral ng Kristo sa lahat ng aral na natin. Nangyayang being detailed. Katunayan, hindi kami detailed. Diyan sa convention center, kahit sino pumasok dyan, tinatanggap namin.
recently lang po sa ating November Freedom College ay meron po tayong mga graduates na galing sa iba ibang religion. Not to mention the fact ng mga DZXQ po na nag-scholar po ng graduate.
Pinag-aaral natin sila ng libre, ang ating medical mission at sinabili yan sa analysis
Antabayanan, susunod sa ilang sandali ang pagpapatuloy ng programang Ang Dating Daan kasama si Brother Eli Soriano.
Radyo La Verdad, 1350, ang CGTN Radio. Feeling overwhelmed?